What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, March 5th, 2026, and we are here at the Polderbaan. The sun is shining. There is a little bit of wind from the southeast, but nothing to write home about. Single digits. And there are no less than 6 Boeing 747s on the way. The A380 still isn't flying due to geopolitical circumstances, but the 747s are. And the first one is already on the base leg. We'll be landing here in moments from now. Saudia over here, arriving from Jeddah. A bonus queen has entered Belgian airspace, arriving from Paris. That should arrive here in 25 minutes. Zooming out a little bit, there are a few more underway. Cargolux is flying over Algeria, arriving from Nairobi. Around noon it will arrive here. Another Cargolux around the same time, estimated to arrive here from Miami. 12:24, another one from Miami, Atlas Air. And we also have Coletta arriving from Columbus, Ohio, with an ETA now of 2:13. The weather is looking good, so I'm planning to stick around until the Coletta will have landed. 6 queens in one Thursday show. So sit back and relax, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to hit the like if you haven't done so already. And we're going to get the show started. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Jackie, morgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Mike D, RDW, Bobbers, Joey, Pixie, Jording, Marijke, Jan, Clemencia, Jurk, Pixie, Hikukima, good morning, Fanblade. Welcome to the show, everybody. Ducks have been sighted. Coots are over here. A triplet. And Saudia is now on final. There it is. Saudia flight 933 being preceded by a Lufthansa A340, and before that American Airlines flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia. Hope everybody is doing well. It's a nice spring-like day here. Bit chilly still, but it should get 15 to 18 degrees, if not warmer today. That's Celsius. Due to the low wind, the microphone is attached to the camera. Should result in a bit better audio on the approach of the airplanes and on the follow through once they have passed us by, because the mic will still be pointing in the direction of the airplanes. If the ambient is too loud, if it is too low, let me know. I can change it. If the white balance is not to your liking, speak up and let me change it. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Berend, goedemorgen. Remco, goedemorgen. Hey, and Jackie is celebrating 32 months. Only 4 to go before you'll get a new Gradient badge. Jackie, thank you so much for your ongoing support as a long-standing member and of course as a very valued moderator. I hope that both are still to your liking. If not, hit me up and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and possibly also the other members. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come, Jackie. Ideally as both a mod and a member, but if either of the two is no longer to your liking, that's okay. It's all optional and not mandatory, as long as you guys still have fun watching the shows. That's the most important thing. This is American Airlines flight 204, having landed here now, arriving from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And a nice Karen cabin in the front. It's JG, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Pedro, goedemorgen. Bom dia. Tuning in from Portugal. And our John, renewing his membership. Thank you so much for the vote of confidence. Welcome back, mate. We kept your seat warm and left everything untouched. Good to have you back, mate. Don't forget to use those custom emojis you now once again have at your disposal. That goes for all members. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure that you do. First queen of the show, first of 6, ladies and gentlemen. 6 747s in one show, what a treat. And the way things are currently looking, they're all going to land on the Polderbaan as well. That's even better. Saudi Afghan 933 is arriving from Jeddah, carrying Jeddah Knights perhaps? Or are they needed in, in their own country? 5 hours and 46 minutes the flight has lasted. It is the 9H aka the 9 Hakka, which we see arriving here quite regularly. 31 years old already, this airplane. First flight was in January 1995. I was still in middle school. Yeah, middle school. 94, 2000. Second grade probably. Will they use the reversers? Let's listen. Yep. No dice. Either reverse landing. A little bit disappointing, but then again, is the landing of a Boeing 747 ever really disappointing? Don't think so. And our challenge is also celebrating renewing his membership, celebrating 11 months of membership. The best streamer, thanks boy for the amazing shots. Arjan writes, mate, thank you so much for the kind words. Good to have you back in the Aurora Sky Lounge. I'm happy to hear you're enjoying the content still, and I hope that goes for everybody. Wolfgang is asking about visibility. It's good. It's kind of okay. This is what things look like. The overhead traffic doesn't seem to be producing a lot of contrails. I'm looking around to see if I can see any contrails at all right now, and the answer is I'm not. So although visibility at overhead traffic is good, I'm not sure if they are producing fat or any contrails to begin with that makes it easy for us to find them. I think finding them is going to be the most problematic thing, not seeing them. In theory, we should be able to see them. But can we find them if they don't produce a contrail or only a little? Carol, good morning. Welcome back. Richard, goedemorgen. Pieter, goedemorgen. Andere Richard, goedemorgen. Blackburst, goedemorgen. Ray, goedemorgen. James Mail, good morning, mate. Hope you guys were in time to see the first queen of the show. First of 6 queens, and unless I made a mistake, according to my calculations, they should all land on Polderbaan. There's the first. Air Arabia Morocco just now landed here, arriving from Morocco, which of course is a country in the north of Africa. Alright, so the next 747 should be arriving, what was it, in, oh hey, what? I thought I saw a familiar silhouette in the background. Queen number 2, outbound. All right. Okay. I'm liking where this is going. Bring it on. Yeah. So bonus queen arriving from Paris, on the way to the Netherlands. When we looked a couple of minutes ago, it had just entered the south of Belgium, so should be here in 20 or so minutes by now. KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris. Next up, the first CRJ of the show already. SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. Arjan asks tomorrow or Saturday departure stream. Don't know yet. Haven't heard from Captain Jerry. I'm pretty sure he would want to come to Polderbaan. If he's arriving here on a Saturday, then obviously I will plan to go back here. Tomorrow is still a work day. Departures take place from Cargolux. Not the best place to park during weekdays, so not sure. Maybe Sunday. Cargolux is okay, but not mostly for arrivals. You have to stand too far away from the apron to see apron action when filming the departures. It's not my favorite location for filming departures, and well, last time I went to the threshold of 18 left, the stream only lasted 40 or so minutes. Definitely do want to switch it up at some point, but I don't know yet when. Here's the CRJ, flight 1553, SAS, right from Stockholm. It's Irish registered, of course. If not Austrian registered, then Irish registered. Reezy, good morning. Reehuis, goedemorgen. Omze is greeting us from KLM, flight 601. Greetings back, mate. That's outbound, isn't it? Going to LAX, or is it the arriving flight arriving from LAX? It's to or from LAX. Hey, and last week we were discussing Grebe visibility. I spy with my little eye Gary Grebe, Mother Ducker. The Mother Ducker has returned. I'm happy to see him. What a beaut. Also, if you didn't see, I saw this morning that Sander Sake posted a few pictures of the kestrel that was hovering and hunting so close to us on Sunday. This CRJ is 9 years old, first flight May 2016. After that, an EasyJet A319, after that a KLM 787-10, and after that a Delta A330 Neo. Steven is also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Steven posted a picture in the community section with him wearing his parka. If you have interesting pictures to share yourself, head over to the community section. If you've been a member, a subscriber for more than a week, you're eligible to post stuff over there. So if you have anything interesting related to aviation or not that you want to share, by all means, head over there and share it. Arjan says, as it looks now, you will have arrivals at Cargolux on Saturday. Is that so, mate? That should be nice. Good weather and arrivals at Cargolux is one of the best things that you can get here at Schiphol without being in P3. So I'll have a close look on what they are forecasting with respect to the wind, because that may be convincing enough for me to go to the Cargolux, because going to the Cargolux for departures, I mean, yeah, if you want to switch things up and not do constant Polderbaan landings, I guess you have no choice, but ideally I'd like to go there for arrivals, sunny arrivals. Those are the best, with the sun shining from behind. Can't be beat. Betal de Hersencel, good morning. Lee Martin, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope things have been well on your end in the meantime. Haters gonna hate, DJ Haters gonna hate, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. EasyJet up next. Flight 23837. A319, arriving from Milan, 1 hour 26 minutes. The flight time, Austrian registered, 17 years old, first flight December 2008. What up, Kevo? Good morning, mates. 747 over The Hague. I think now that I am looking, there are contrails in the sky. Airplanes do seem to be producing contrails. There's two over here. Maybe Kevo was referring to this one because this definitely looks like a quad. No, this is not a 747. This is military. Is that a C-17? Okay. Sorry, Kevo, not the airplane that you were referring to. Maybe even a better catch. How's the ambient audio, guys? Is it too loud? Is it too low? Do we need to turn it up a notch or leave it the way it is? Howdy Daniel, goedemorgen kerel. Gillard, goedemorgen man. Marcelo, good morning. Welcome one and all. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the first 747 of the show already. Landed minutes after the show began. There were six underway. One has already landed. 5 are still underway. Expected here at or before 2:15, and the way things are looking, they are probably all going to land here on the Polderbaan as well. Audio good, thanks for the feedback. C17, thank you QJ. QJ, good morning. Lost since 76, good morning and thanks for the feedback. Audio is fine, I'll leave it the way it is. Usually amp up the blimp audio a little bit since it's stationary and it doesn't catch wind rumble, just so that you can hear the airplanes when they are ahead of us and past us a bit better. That's not necessary when microphone is attached to the camera, because it's constantly pointing in the direction of the object you're filming, in other words the airplanes. 10 out of 10 for the audio. Thanks, Stephen, for the feedback. In that case, I'll just leave it. Delta Airlines, Flight 74, A330 Neo, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Right, how about we have another look on Flight Radar so that those of you who joined later can see what lies ahead of us. Even though the A380 isn't flying to Amsterdam due to geopolitical circumstances in the Middle East, the 747s are. Cathay Cargo is flying on the downwind leg and is going to land here minutes from now, arriving from Paris. And there are more underway. We have Cargolux still flying over Algeria, or maybe entering the Mediterranean area, should arrive here around noon and is coming in from Nairobi in Kenya. And then a couple of airplanes arriving from Miami. Cargolux and Atlas Air, 12:21 for the one and 12:20 for the other. Lastly, arriving from Columbus, Ohio, with now an ETA of 2:11 p.m. and as far as I'm concerned, that's going to be the last airplane for today. I'll stick around until the Kalita will have landed. Arriving from the west, so should be a Polderbaan candidate. EasyJet up next. EasyJet arriving from Birmingham. Eduard, goedemorgen. Matt, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. It's an A320 in the Oreo. Oreo cookies. Also, some work has begun. A bit further to the roundabout. There's a little light, mobile light, and also an excavator or something. You guys may remember that there always used to be some sort of a hole. Pipes or drainage that was going into the ground, and they're over there doing something. I'm not sure. There was a van that says waterworks or something to that effect. I'm not sure if this relates to the pipes that they have newly positioned here. I think it is. I think they're finally going to make work of renewing those sewage pipes, so that hopefully at some point in the not too distant future, those pipes in the farmland and the excrement bridge can disappear again, and we can probably wait for the next project to commence. Always something over here. There's always something going on. If it's not fortification of the dike, then it's sewage pipe renewal or something else. Either way, it's nice to see that at least they're taking some action. It is a pity that they fenced off such a big part of the runway. It just makes everybody obligated to walk past the excrement bridge. As you saw on Sunday, it was getting really busy here because everybody who wants to take a picture or shoot footage, unless they have a ladder with them and can film above the fence, will want to walk past it. KM Malta, flight 394, having arrived from Malta. Next up, an A330-200 KLM, so I'm not expecting any reverses to be deployed, but you never know. Flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 9 hours, 9 minutes underway. The PHAOC, the FWOC, as in what the FWOC is going on here at the Polderbaan. I'll tell you what the FWOC is going on. 6 747s in one show. The next one arriving in minutes from now. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty of action despite the absence of the Emirates A380 today. This is a 20-year-old A330. Let's look and listen. Mike also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Don't know if you heard already, but 6 747s in today's show. First one already landed a couple of minutes after the show started. The next one is going to be landing in moments from now. It's turning final and should be number 2 for arrival here. A warm welcome to everybody else who joined. Tommy tuning in from Finland, welcome mate, and good morning. Tessa, goedemorgen. Lindsay, goedemorgen. Sam, that guy, good morning. Sam is tuning in from Nairobi, which is in Kenya, in Africa. All right, let's see. Queen number 2, there she is. Bonus Queen arriving from Paris. Wasn't underway this morning when I announced the stream, but what a delight. The gear extending. BA in the foreground. BA flight 432, arrived from London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Hey Gurdeeps, good morning mate. Welcome back. Perfect timing. So lovely weather, 6 747s, what's not to like? If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It will help the channel grow and bring in more people on these still relatively calm Thursdays. Another airplane below the BA in the background, turning in. That's Croatia Airlines, an A319 arriving from Zagreb, and behind it should be a Turkish Dreamliner arriving from Istanbul. Nice. Nice that Turkish is switching it up and is not just sending A330s exclusively. A little bit of coffee. For some reason my automatic switch, the smart switch that I use for my espresso machine doesn't want to work anymore. Warm-up time for the machine is almost 24 minutes or so, 25 minutes. That's usually something I use the smart switch for, so that it was warm when I got downstairs. But since it's not working, I have to resort to filter coffee, which is also perfectly fine. But for some reason, it recognizes my Wi-Fi network. But when I enter the correct password, it says double check the password. Really weird. Queen number 2, and that's Turkish in the background, the aforementioned Dreamliner 7879. And that is from Toto, indeed, Mike. Absolutely. Howdy Arno, goedemorgen. Hey, congratulations. Arno is between the lines saying happy, have a nice day from this birthday boy. Gefeliciteerd Arno. Hele fijne dag. Congratulations and have a lovely, lovely day. Right, Cathay flight 2038 from Paris. Let's look and listen. Well, I didn't think it was going to deploy the reversers, but it was a late reverse deployment. Here on my end, this sounded really sweet. I hope it also did for you guys. The 7478, the Bravo Lima Juliet India, 13 years old. August 2012 is when it first began to fly. That's Queen number 2. 2 down, 4 to go, ladies and gentlemen. What? You've got to be kidding me. 6, and that's just inbound. We already saw one outbound. Is this number 2? No, not yet. Has Nippon already taken off, or is it still going to take off from 2-4? Nippon next. Oh, 18 left. Right. Means I have to look. Oh yeah, well, 18 left is not very favorable. The sun is still relatively close by in that part of the sky, so don't count on seeing a lot of details if we were to catch it. Let's see, Croatia Airlines up next, flight 450, A319, about to touch down here. Turkish Dreamliner next after that. All right. Now, where will that 747 from Nippon appear? That's... That's not it, is it? Yeah, that's another cheater on Cheater's Lane. Hey, oh, huh? Okay, yeah. Also an A319 arriving from Gatwick first, so Turkish will be next after that. That buys us some additional time. Groucho Kent also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. And congratulations, Groucho Kent is celebrating 11 months of membership. He writes, good morning, boy. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you too, Groucho. Thank you so much and congratulations for your 11 months of support as a member in the Aurora Skylines. I hope those 11 months have been to your liking and still are. If you feel like anything can be improved upon in the lounge, do let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come, Groucho. Thank you so much and congratulations. Next month, green badge for you. Right, so looking at an empty sky for a 747 that's not going to be very clearly visible versus a Turkish Dreamliner that is now on final and becoming visible better and better. Right, 7-4 rolling, and there it is. Yeah, well, like I said, the lighting and the distance don't make it a very favorable position to be filming traffic from taking off from 18 left from here. So I'm going to turn back, film Turkish first. That is more easily and better visible. Turkish flight 1951 arriving here from Istanbul, Turkey, 7879. Flight time 2 hours 57 minutes, so that's nominal. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours. The Cairn cabin in a different color than white. It does happen. Some of them are, but not. Most of the carriers keep it white. Hadi Gerrit, goedemorgen. Welcome back, mate. Good to see ya. Dial also back, tuning in from Perth in Australia. Sunny, 34 degrees C here. Wow, that's a bit warmer than it is over here. Over here it's, I don't know. What does the ticker say? It should get up to 15 to 18 C here later in the day. It's not that warm yet. The nights are still pretty cool, also very damp. A lot of moisture on my car this morning, but at least moisture and not frost. Let's see, what does the ticker say? 10 degrees C over here right now. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 ride. Primary runway for arrivals. Wind blowing from the southeast moderately. And 2 747s have already landed. So if you only tuned in just now, you may have missed them already. But fear not, there are 4 more underway, ladies and gentlemen. What? 6 inbound 747s in one show? Yes, that's right. It's been a long time since we saw so many. What's even better is that all of them look to be candidates for the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. Now, of course, Schiphol being Schiphol, you never know anything 100% for sure, but on paper, normally speaking, this should be pretty certain. In the meantime, John Singleton is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Mr. F, good morning. And Malky is also back. He is celebrating 32 months of membership as well. Morning, everyone. Thanks for all you do, boy. He writes, Malky, mate, thank you so much for your kind words and for your long-standing support. Almost 3 years, just a couple of months still. I hope that those 32 months in the lounge have been to your liking. If not, or if anything can be improved upon, do let me know. I sound like a broken record. I hear myself saying it every time, but I do mean it. So we have seen 2 queens thus far, and 4 more are underway. Hope you'll stick around for many, many more months to come, Malky. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. No more extreme weather. Mate, this is extreme sunshine. Where is my highly appreciated colleague? He's missing out on extreme sunny weather. I thought that was his thing. Filming during extreme weather. A 747 dance, Dennis says. Whoa, that might be a whole new custom emoji at some point. The 747 dance, what should that look like? In the meantime, Fritz, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Next up is KLM flight 598. This is a 777-300, a 777-300 ER, extended range. For those of you who wonder, I do know how to pronounce it. I do know what it stands for. It's just my thing to say and it's coming in from Cape Town in South Africa. This is what you would call a typical KLM landing. Idle reverse, keeping up the speed, and vacate late soon to the gate. Quick inspection of the flap surfaces. Yeah, those are pretty clean and neat, as they almost always are with the KLM wide bodies. Hardly ever do you see dirty flaps like on the Chinese triples. 6 747s, and we already saw, well, is it 2 or 3 outbound? 2. So, if you count those, include those, it should break down to an 8 747 show. Wow. 747 heaven. It's like we're back in the 1990s. In the meantime, Malky just now went ahead. He gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. I hope that the recipients are appreciative of your gifted memberships and will thank you for it. Have fun with the custom emojis, those new members. But that also goes for not new members. Anybody who is a member, I implore you, use those custom emojis. They're there to be had fun with. Experiment with them. Try using them creatively. The T from Transavia you can use. I saw that Jeff already got really creative with it during a couple of streams. Have fun with them. If you don't want to use them, that's also fine, but they're there to be had fun with, and they don't come on a budget. Malky, thank you so much once again for your generosity, and welcome to the... And welcome to the lounge. There's 5 new members. Delta Airlines Flight 236 spooling up the reversers there. Hope it wasn't too loud, that the audio didn't clip. Here it sounded pretty loud. Delta Airlines Flight 236, A330, 300, Tampa, Florida is where it arrived from. 8 hours and 16 minutes the flight duration. Next up shall be Tarom, arriving from Bucharest. Oh. I heard splishy splashy, but that's just the Coots getting on land here. First morning swim, then morning run, and then morning fly. Is that an aquatic bird triathlon? Flying a bit, running a bit, swimming a bit. Could be. Yep, Chris, Delta did get the memo. Hey, good morning, Stioli. And Jurg is back. Good to see you, mate. Gerrit needs new speakers. Oh, shit. I forgot to say that AMS Live cannot be held accountable to loss to any eardrums or speakers. You are watching this show at your own discretion. Six 747s in today's shows, in today's show, single, not plural, ladies and gentlemen. 2 already landed here. No clipping. That's good to hear. Thank you so much. And thank you, Richard, as well, for the feedback. 4747s are still underway, and I forgot when the first one was arriving. I think that the next 3 were to arrive here around 12:30 or so, but there are wide bodies on the glide slope, so we'll check flight radar a bit later. Gear extending on the second Delta A330. 2 back-to-back Delta A330 Neos. Here, the one in the foreground on the right is arriving from Seattle, Washington, and the one in the background is arriving from Orlando, Florida. Orlando, Florida, that's where they have Disney Land or World. Let me see if I remember this properly. Florida has World and California has Land, right? 2747's Jörg. That is 2747s arriving. There were also 2 taking off. Here we have Russell. Let's switch to autofocus so that we can get him sharply in view. I am correct. Thank you, Annette, and good morning to you. Welcome back. Danny, goedemorgen. And indeed, we all love a Queen heavy show. Absolutely. I wish they could. I wish all days could be like this. 747 galore. It's just the best. Although a couple of A350s in between would also be nice. As I was setting up, the Finnair A350 landed here. I think we're still do the World to Fly Corendon later. Probably in early afternoon. Still not sure if there are any Delta A350s on the way. Don't think there are, but I didn't check specifically. Land in LA, World in Orlando. Yeah, that's a nice way to remember, Kevo. Right, Delta Airlines Flight 90 arriving from Orlando, Florida. 8 hours and 11 minutes the flight has lasted. Say what you want, but those Delta pilots often deliver with their A330s and reverse thrust. Miss Magic Memories, good morning and welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan with a Queen heavy show. 6 inbound for the Polderbaan, 2 of which have already landed. 4 more are on the way. Let's have a quick look and see where those remaining 4 are. So here we can see them. Cargolux is arriving from Nairobi in the vicinity of the Balearic Islands. Should arrive here first, 12:05. Then 2 arriving from Miami, 12:25 and 12:26 respectively. Lastly, we are expecting the Kalita, which keeps making up more and more time. This morning its ETA was 2:30, now it's almost 2. Arriving from Columbus, Ohio, and should be the last airplane for today, probably. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around and enjoy the show. If you are enjoying the show thus far, don't forget to leave a like. If you haven't already, it will greatly help to bring in more viewers and a wider audience in the future and help the channel grow and make it more gezellig on Thursdays like today, which are still relatively calm days. In the live chat at least. In the meantime, What the F are you doing, Jörg? Jörg just now gifting 10 memberships. Mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity, Jörg. That's 10 new members courtesy of you. A warm welcome to those 10 new members. I hope you will enjoy your membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Jörg, aka JD. And don't forget to use those custom emojis, 34 of them. And you can use them without any limits for the duration of a full month. If you received a gifted membership and you like it, consider renewing it when it expires, or maybe gifting somebody else a gifted membership who might also enjoy it. Don't forget to head over to our community section if you have any interesting photos to share and you've been a subscriber for more than a week. You can post stuff over there. Last Sunday, Sander K was here with a new lens. He took some pictures of a Fidel Castro and he posted some. Don't know if you guys already saw. Nice pictures, really nice. Good lens and a good camera and a good photographer. If you have anything interesting to share, feel free to do so. You can see people having posted pictures of cockpits when they were on a flight and were allowed to go into the cockpit, or flew the airplane themselves, or miniature collections, die-cast models. Vacation pictures and whatnot. So feel free to head over there, have a look. Feel free to interact. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching, together they know a lot. And your head will not be bitten off if you ask a question. Don't be afraid. There's no such thing as a stupid question. This is KLM flight 1930. With a cabin cabin. Anyway, Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity once again, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. Pale Blue Dowd, good morning. Wombat Parade, good morning. Kriker, good morning. 18 right, indeed. Kerry, good morning. Rob Drop, good morning. Your head will not be bitten off, just slightly gnawed on, says Ray. Yeah. Love bites, eh? Anyway, I'll drink to that. Bottoms up. Cheers. Not yet sipping on vodka. First, my thermos with still decently warm coffee. This is Pegasus, flight 1251, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, A321neo. Flight time 3 hours 9 minutes, ballpark nominal. No cabin on this airplane. 2 years old. Celebrated its second birthday last December. Elwa also back in the chat, good morning. Sean, good morning. Sean is a huge fan of the 777s and the 747s. Well, in that case, you're at the right address here today. Veronique, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Indeed, Curry. Lovely day over here. Still a bit on the cool side, but 10 degrees C. And the sun abundantly shining. What's not to like? Moderate wind. The wind is blowing from where the camera is now pointing to, approximately. The sun is out, as you can see, and hardly any clouds to be seen. Yeah, if you look to the west, and then specifically at the horizon over the Gulf of Yorkshire, the North Sea, there do seem to be a few clouds, but looking to the east, land inward, also at the horizon, everything is pristine and clear. What's this? It's a beautiful blue machine arriving from Italy, from Rome to be precise. ITA Airways, flight 108. Look at the nose and look at the shine of that paint. It's metallic, but also sort of matte. It's gorgeous. Benvenuti ragazzi e Benvenuti in Paesi Bassi. Welcome to the Netherlands. Skyraw YouTube is tuning in from Portugal. Bom dia and welcome to the channel. And Lindsay says in Dutch, we're all watching during Dutch class. Careful that you don't get caught. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome back. So if you joined us only just now, you already missed out on 2 747s that landed on the Polderbaan and 2 that took off. 1 from Cargolux, 1 from Amsterdam. 4 more are underway, and the first next 747 is going to arrive here around noon, and 2 more around 12:30, and the last will be Kalita, arriving from Columbus, Ohio. That keeps making up time, and last time we checked, the ETA was shortly after 2 p.m. So if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax, ladies and gentlemen. This is KLM flight 758, arriving from Panama City, 78710. 9 hours and 37 minutes the flight time. Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Quebec. Brand new airplane. Started flying in July last year. Habi Joop, goedemorgen. And Tiganor, good morning. Tiganor asks, what's the story about this runway? Was it added for capacity? Capacity and noise abatement. This runway is positioned between Haarlem and Amsterdam. The main tower and the main platform area and the terminal building are adjacent to the main tower over there. Zooming out, you can see that the main platform area is pretty far away. This runway was erected in 2003, and since it is so far away, it has its dedicated control tower. That is dedicated for monitoring traffic to and from the Polderbaan exclusively. This is one of the 2 preferential runways, together with Cargolux, runway 0624. That's because of noise abatement. Other runways are too close to the outbound and inbound routes are too close to residential areas, so they do get used, but as secondary runway, or if it cannot be prevented because of runway maintenance, or for instance during stormy conditions. But usually Polderbaan and Cargolux are the ones that are always open for business, and depending on the runway use, the center runway is often used as secondary for the Polderbaan, and the Alsmeerbaan 18 left or 36 right is secondary for the Cargolux oftentimes. Not always, of course. If the wind is blowing from the east or from the west and it's blowing hard, you'll often see that the Buitenveldebaan runway 0927 is also being used, sometimes as primary or sometimes even as only runway. We've seen westerly storms here when at some point 0927 was the only runway open, both for inbound and for outbound traffic. Didinho is also back in the chat. Good morning, Didinho, and welcome to the show, everybody else. Tigan, you're welcome. Tigan also asks, is it used often for departures? Well, it depends. The prevailing wind here is from the southwest. That's what the direction of the wind is most of the time. And when it's blowing from the southwest, the Polderbaan is being used for arrivals. When the wind is from the north, northwest, northeast, if it has a northerly component, then often you see that this becomes the primary runway for departures. So, depending on the wind, it could be that we have southerly wind weeks on end, and this runway will be used for arrivals weeks on end. Sometimes we've also had it happen that the wind was blowing from the north for weeks on end, and this runway was only used for outbound traffic for the same amount of time. So it depends on the wind. The prevailing wind here is southwesterly, so more often than not, the Polderbaan is being used for arrivals. Right, C-17 Globemaster once again in the vicinity, you guys are saying, and I think it could be the airplane over there. Let's have a quick look. TUI Dreamliner arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao is next to land here on Polderbaan. This does look like a C-17 to me, doesn't it? Second C-17 of the show. We've seen more C-17s than A350s in the show thus far. What a day to be alive. Hey, Betsy is also back in the chat. Good day, mate. Welcome back. And warm welcome to everybody who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is a C-17, the second of the show. And we've seen an equal amount of Boeing 747s land here at the Polderbaan. 2 that took off, 4 more that are underway, and are all 4 expected to land here as well. So even though due to the geopolitical circumstances in the Middle East, you might be getting some withdrawal symptoms with respect to your daily fix of Emirates A380, I hope that you will not get any withdrawal symptoms from lack of quad-engined airplanes in the show, because this is just incredible. Right, that C-17 is still on the move, flying to the east with a little bit north to south in it. The shadow of the tail being cast in the contrails. Nice effect. Pity it's not passing by a bit closer by, but we are still able to see it quite well over here. And also a Lockheed Hercules above me. Well, where do I need to look? And by all means, do tell me where I need to look when it is in the vicinity. As you guys can see, visibility is pretty good. Zigazar also back in the chat, good to see you. And John Logan is to Yuri as well. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, massive show with 6 747s, 2 of which have already landed. We saw 2 take off in the distance here from Schiphol. 4 are still underway. If I recall correctly, 2 Cargoluxes, 1 from Miami, 1 from Nairobi. The one from Nairobi should land here around noon as first. There's an Atlas Air arriving from Miami as well, and together with the Cargolux, they both should be landing here around 12:30. Last time we checked. The last 747 of the show, and probably also the last airplane of today's show, is going to be Kalita Air, arriving from Columbus, Ohio. Underway now, making up time as it continues to head over here. Morgen! Last time we checked, the ETA of the Kalita was shortly after 2 o'clock. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because we are going to catch them all. Lovely sunny weather here. Alright, same route for the Hercules. Not hearing anything just yet. I do see a contrail around the same place that I saw the C-17 before. Now this is... This is just a regular passenger airplane, so that's not what I am... Oh, 27,000 feet, so it might not be producing a contrail then. Or has it passed already? I do see a contrail not too far behind the C-17, but that's not... Yeah, that's too hard to make out. I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing the Hercules, so... In the meantime, a KLM A321 Neo flight 1404 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. In the meantime, good morning, OK Universe. Boy is my real name. Welcome to the show, mate. Yeah, so I'm looking up. I'm not seeing anything. I'm also not hearing anything. I think that the Hercules is probably too far away for me to be able to catch for you guys. Particularly if it isn't producing a control, then it's going to be trying to find a needle in a haystack. All right. So, let's see. KLM flight 1002 up next. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London Heathrow. It's narrow bodies o'clock right now. It is 11:15. ETA flight 120 is arriving from Milan, flying base. And I'm wondering, is ETA going to be the first airplane to the center runway already? Or will it still be directed to the Polderbaan? I'm thinking it might be the first to the center runway. Obviously, I hope I'm wrong, because the more ETAs we see up close, the better. But parallel arrivals are going to begin sometime soon. And indeed, Marissa, thank you for the updates. Cargolux now expected around 10 past noon. And Miami airplanes around 12:30. Calita still shortly after 2 o'clock. We already saw Gary Grebe, for those of you wondering. The Coots are here. I don't think I've seen Donald and Daisy yet. But that doesn't say they're not here. Hadi Tina, goedemorgen. Right, let's see, Norwegian lipstick airplane. Well, no, Wenchi Voss should be on the tail. Arriving from Stockholm, 1 hour and 40 minutes away. 737-800. The Sir XD. That's Sierra Echo Romeo X-Ray Delta, 12 years old. And Wenchi does seem to be on the tail. Wenchi Voss. What a boss. At least she's smiling. That's nice. Nice hairdo. And at least it's nice to see that she is smiling and not looking grumpy. Hey, Jeff is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and I see that ETA is turning in for the Polderbaan still. Nice. If you join us later, you probably missed 2 747s landing on the Polderbaan already, but 4 more are underway. They should land here before or around 2 o'clock. The first next 747 shortly afternoon, and 15 or so minutes after that, 2 more. The last 747 of today's show is going to be arriving here almost 10 past 2. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more to come in. ETA Airways, followed by KLM JetBlue arriving from Boston. This is KLM flight 980 arriving from London City, and Embraer 190. Ryanair next after that, arriving from Dublin. That's a 737-800. Hey, J-Ro, also back in the chat. Good to see you. Good morning. Oh, John is shouting out to Butsy once again. Another legend from Brisbane. Shout out to you, Butsy. And thank you so much, John, for your super chat. You didn't have to use a super chat for the shout out, but thanks for doing it anyway. The legendary Brisbane Night shoutouts. Lurking while cleaning the espresso machine. What type of machine do you have, Jeff? I need to look into my my switch because mine otherwise takes 24 minutes to warm up. So back to using filter coffee for the time being because I cannot wait until my espresso machine has warmed up for espresso before going out for streaming. Friend Sebastian, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. It's Queens Galore Day with 6 747s expected to land on the Polderbaan in the duration of the stream. 2 that already took off from the Cargolux 24 and the Amsterdam 18 left respectively. If you include those to the count, you'll end up with a stream that will at least contain 8 747s. Ryanair arriving from Dublin. Will it get loud? And the answer is yes. Yes, it did. Lovely spring-like weather here today. Absolutely lovely. The sun is out, moderate wind. What's not to love? In the meantime, Marissa is celebrating. She is celebrating 34 months of membership. Queen's Day at AMS. Heart is what she writes in her message. And indeed, I fully agree. It's like we're back in the 1990s with so many queens in the show. Marissa, thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 34 months and counting. That's just as a member. How long have you been a moderator as well? Thank you so much for everything you've been doing as a moderator as well. Really, really, really wonderful what you do and all the other mods as well. And I hope that being a member and a mod are both still to your liking. If either of the two no longer is, then please let me know and let me see what we can do to make things better. Marissa, thank you so much for your long-lasting support. Congratulations on 34 months. That's just 2 more months and a new badge will be ready for you as well. Jarno says, greetings from Platform Delta. Greetings to you too, Jarno. Thank you so much for your super chat. No need to super chat to say greetings, but thank you for doing it anyway. Here is ETA number 2. It's a lovely A320, flight 120. And also, Butsy added right now, can I do a shout out to the Logans, John and Annette? Shout out to John and Annette Logan from Butsy. Mate, thank you so much for the super chat. Of course you can, but you don't have to use a super chat. Thank you for doing it anyway. Shout out to both Butsy and to John and Annette Logan from me. Representing Down Under. Love that we have so many Kiwis and Aussies in the chat on such a regular basis. Big part of the AMS audience now hailing from Down Under. Absolutely lovely. Now the goods are over here making noise. In fact, well, I say plural, but it's just this good that's right now making noise. What are you doing, buddy? Morning cardio? Or are you looking for some fibrous food? Not so many water plants over here as there were before those things got there, right? The water still looks green and nutrient rich though. KLF 1076. And next will be JetBlue arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. A Cuisinart EM 160 uniform. I'll have to Google that, mate. But I'm happy to hear that it makes good coffee. Does it come equipped with a grinder or do you have a separate grinder? Or do you buy your coffee pre-ground? always important to keep the espresso machine and coffee makers in general clean. Descaling and just cleaning. If you have a three-way valve, then back flushing is also something you sometimes have to do. But then you will be able to enjoy it for a long time. Of course, shit goes in, shit comes out. You do have to start with buying good coffee. Ideally with a roast date. For espresso you also need to degas the beans first. You cannot use beans that were roasted right away for espresso. You can for filter coffee. But you'll get very foamy espresso if you use really freshly roasted beans, because of the CO2 that will get released during the coffee making. There you go, Jeff. Krupp ceramic grinder. Is it a conical grinder or a flat? Are the stones flat or conical? In the meantime, Airplane Dances is celebrating 11 months of membership. One more month and it's been a year. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. 11 months and counting. I hope those 11 months have been to your liking. If that's not or no longer the case, do hit me up and tell me what's wrong so that I can look into it and see if I can make things better for you and the other members. Also a membership anniversary from Yuri. Yuri Freke is celebrating 10 months of membership, 10 months already. Greetings from Katwijk. Hey, that's nice. That's not too far away from here. Or is it? Wasn't Katwijk one of those villages that we have multiple of in the Netherlands? Oh no, that was Valkenburg. We have Valkenburg near Katwijk, near Leiden. And then you also have Valkenburg in Limburg. Katwijk, to my knowledge, there's only one of, right? Airplane dance for my 1 year anniversary. Nah, that's I cannot make exceptions to the rule. We need to adhere to the criteria, the like criteria. It's a gliding scale. If you it's a slippery slope is the expression I'm looking for. Once you start deviating from the rules, that's the beginning of the end. So unfortunately, I cannot comply with that. Sorry. In the meantime, I see that the first airplane to the center runway is approaching. Transavia flight 6610 arriving from Innsbruck. There it is. Transavia 737. So it's 10:58. They started parallel arrivals nicely in time. On time, I should say. It's usually around 11 o'clock that they open up the secondary runway for arrivals. It usually lasts until approximately 11:40. So means that everything approaching Schiphol Airport, arriving from the east in the upcoming 40 minutes, are going to be directed to the central runway most likely. And everything around arriving from the west is going to be directed to the Polderbaan, unless of course they're going to do a runway inspection or something, which does sometimes happen. I missed the airplane dances as well. We did have some momentum, but that was before I went on skiing trips, and the weather in between those trips got somewhat shitty. So the first 2 months of 2026, I did, I think, 10 or 11 streams. Normally speaking, if I stream 4 times a week, I do more in a normal month. So the momentum that we seem to be regaining again with viewers and likes during streams in December has fully deflated again. I do hope that at some point things will pick up again. It's particularly after those that NATO summit week that the algorithm was particularly unfavorable. Not just to me, but many viewers, many airplane-related content creators on YouTube with a base in Amsterdam experienced the same. We'll see. Airplane dances, it's been a long time. New custom emojis, even worse. I think we need more, we need more than 1,000 new members before we're getting in the area where a new custom emoji will get released. So we'll have to make do with the current 34 for a long time to come. In the meantime, Paul has returned as well, and so has Martin. Good morning to you both. Hey, and Valentine as well. Morning, guys. André de Reus, goedemorgen. For those of you joining us just now, first of all, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. This is Polderbaan, and the sun is abundantly shining, as you guys can see. It's also, talking about abundance, a show with an abundance of 747s. No less than 6 inbound, all 6 expected for the Polderbaan. 2 of them have already landed. The next one should be here in an hour and a bit. Less than an hour and 10 minutes away. 15 minutes after that, 2 more 747s. And the last and 6th 747 to land here, expected shortly after 2 o'clock. Kalita arriving from Columbus, Ohio. In the meantime, 2 747s also took off from Schiphol. We saw that as well. If you include those to the count, we'll end up with a show containing 8 747s. Axel Janmaat, goedemorgen, welcome back. And Didino, thank you so much for your super chat. We need that airplane dance. We'll buy the vodka. Oh, mate, thank you so much for your encouragement and for your super chat. 1,000 likes while live is what we need, and where are we currently? 298, not even 300 likes. So there you go. That's why we're not going to get an airplane dance for a long time to come. It's just we've just fallen out of the algorithm again. Can't be helped. Guess I need to downgrade to an iPhone to get back into the algorithm, but I think I'd rather kill myself before doing that. Is that emoji restriction from YouTube? Stephen asks. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but the custom emoji slots become available based on the number of active members that you have. It's based on any moment in time. So the moment you get a certain number of members, the slot becomes available. Once you put a placeholder in it, it's there to stay. So even though right now we are well under the threshold for a 35th custom emoji and also for 34 custom emojis, since we've placed emojis in the placeholders, we do still have access to them. Should I delete one and not replace the emoji? I think that the slot will also disappear again, so I have to be very cautious with that. But it's set, it's based on the number of members that you have at a certain point. At 100, it's so many. At 200, it's so many. At 1,000, it's so many. The higher the number of emojis you already have, the bigger the increment in number of members needed. So initially, it's a new emoji at 10 new members, and it quickly becomes 50 new members. Then all of a sudden, 100 members. And now I'm at a point where you need 200 new members in addition to the threshold of the current custom emoji to get a new one released. So it's 1,600, 1,800, 2,000. I think the next one will get at 1,800. We once, shortly after the NATO summit, breached the 1,600, I think it was, or it was at 1,800, and we need 2,000. At least we need something close to 2,000 members for the 35th custom emoji. And we're, last time I checked, we were at around 600. So there you go. In the meantime, a KLM A330-200 has arrived, and so too has Gary Grebe. And since it's been such a long time since we last saw him, I'm also going to point the camera to him. Have a look What a stunner. Gary Grebe, you mother ducker. So good to see him again. And in the meantime over here, as I was saying, KLM Flight 767 and A330-200 arriving from Boner. 8 hours and 49 minutes underway. It's the PH AOF, the FWAF. And FWAF is 19 years old. First flight was in November 2006. Meanwhile, good morning Richie Cantillon, and good morning Alan, and Gary Stuff, good morning, and Mr. Master Rick Meester, member number 2, also back in the chat, celebrating 35 months of membership. How many days are left before you'll get that new badge for being a 3-year member, mate? Go AMS Live, go AMS Live, Rick writes, mate. Go Rick. Rick, thank you so much for your long-lasting support as our second member only after Captain Jerry. 35 months. It's just a handful of days probably before you'll be before you and Jerry will be the first to receive the new badge, the 3-year badge of honor with the gradient. Thank you so much for all the support all that while, and thank you also for being one of the original, the OG moderators. Infinity and Paul, also the first that we ever had and still have. Thank you so much for everything you've been doing to support the channel and for all the banter. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat, even more so when you come over in real life. Looking forward to our next in real life encounter. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come, Rick. Hope all is well as well. May, thank you so much for everything. Story of my life, always second spot. Hey, there's another quad jet coming this way, overhead, and now an Air Icarus, but it should be getting nicely visible once it will have passed us by and we have the sun in our back. Not sure yet what it is, but we'll find out soon enough. Once it has passed us by, we should be able to get more details out of it. Leo Borstelaar also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are enjoying the show and you want to help this channel grow, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already and want to share pictures, or if you want to ask questions. You need to be a subscriber for 5 minutes only to interact in our chat. That's also a barrier against spammers, and the same barrier is applied in the community section. A bit longer. There was a choice: no barrier or just the 1 week. So you will have to be a subscriber for a week before being allowed to post stuff in the community section. But if you have something interesting to share, by all means, feel free to do so. Have a look in our community section. You'll see that plenty of people have already found it and have shared interesting pictures of all types of subjects, whether it be birds here at Schiphol, airplanes, airplane collections. Absolutely worthwhile. So a 7-4 from Lufty to Houston. Okay, Houston. Let's see. I think it's passed us by right now. At least we'll have the sun in our back. So let's turn around. It's pretty near my zenith. Not sure if I can already show it. Oh, just about. This is the highest that my camera can go. It's right now locking out, and that's just a little south of us. This is where the contrast gets good, when the sun is in our back. Yeah, clearly visible. Lufty 747. Not the most ideal position to be filming, to be following the airplane in, but lovely, lovely, lovely. Right. As you can see, the land with the wind and the sun is getting a little dry over here. This is also... no, this is a field that has been plowed but has yet to be sown. Next to it, winter wheat. This has been sown later than the field that is a bit further back to the roundabout that's right next to it on the left hand side. So if you look a bit further, there you can see it. It looks like grass, but it is winter wheat. So here in the summer months it's going to look really lovely with wheat and the golden yellow color that it will have by then. Will be absolutely beautiful. In the meantime, the first A350 of the show is approaching. Korenon, flight 5990. Hadi Kiran. Kiran asks if there are any quad members coming today. Well, mate, sit back and enjoy. This show will feature 6 747s landing on the Polderbaan. 2 have already landed, 4 more are underway. The first one should be landing here in an hour from now. 15 or so minutes after that, 2 more are landing on the Polderbaan, and or at least if all is well. And the last 747, the 4th, that is still coming, and the 6th that shall be landing here on Schiphol is expected around 2 o'clock, 2:07 last time we checked. I'll have a look on Flight Radar with you after this airplane will have landed. This is Korenon flight 5990, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours and 31 minutes on the way, the ECNZF, 2 years old, first flight May 2023. Thought I heard something. That was a rubber band snapping with which the brick of my power cable to my camera was attached to one of my tripod legs. That's to keep it from getting wet if it rains. I've also got some plastic bags around it. It was already getting more weak, and now it just now snapped. Let me get the rubber band remains out of the... Oh, it's locked in between my my stream deck and the tripod leg. Well, it's not in the way, so just leave it be. Right. As the A350 is vacating the runway and an Iberia A320neo is going to be landing here next, let's have a quick look on Flight Radar so that you guys can see the 747s that are still expected. Let's zoom in a little bit. We can see that the orange flight is flying outbound to Johannesburg. Over France, Cargolux is now approaching the Netherlands. Its ETA is 1209. It's going to be the first to land here. We have Cargolux and Atlas Air arriving both from Miami. 12:36 for the one and 12:35 for the other. So they have their ETAs have gotten a little delay. The ETA of the Calita arriving from Columbus, Ohio is still 2:07 p.m. It's a lovely day. It's CAVOK. It has been CAVOK all along. For those of you who don't know how to read the meter, let's also take you through that quickly. This is what you see in the ticker. EHAM Schiphol Airport abbreviation. The date and time of the report, the 5th is today, 9:55 Zulu time is the time of the report. The wind speed is 8 knots from 130 degrees, and that's this. And this is the runway, so crosswind and headwind for the airplane's landing. The wind direction is variable between 110 and 180 degrees, so this is the wind variability. CAVOK means ceiling and visibility are okay. It means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of clouds and rain and anything else that might reduce visibility. The temperature climbed to 13 degrees in the meantime. The dew point is 7 degrees Celsius. The air pressure is 1020 hectopascals. No significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Alright, let's go back to the camera controls. Parallel arrivals are still in progress. Center and Polderbaan now open. Another airplane just now passed us by to the center runway, a KLM 737. And then number 190 arriving from London City is next to land here on the Polderbaan. David Wolf is also back in the chat, good to see you. Milan is too, welcome to the show, one and all. So, there are 4 more 747s underway. 2 have already landed, 2 have taken off. That is 8 747s in today's show. And that's not including the overhead contrail traffic. It's narrowbodies rush hour for the time being with a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Next after that at the Polderbaan is going to land a 737 from KLM arriving from Manchester or Personchester. Between those airplanes is a KLM Embraer 190 flying to the center runway arriving from Frankfurt. It's narrowbodies o'clock for the time being. That's always the same. Parallel arrivals began nicely at around 11 o'clock, so I'm also expecting it to stop again around 11:40. And from 11:40 until approximately 1 o'clock, everything inbound will be landing on the Polderbaan exclusively then. Hasse Niels, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Lovely weather to be spotting in, he writes in Dutch, and absolutely you're right, mate. It's lovely weather. Temperature climbing to 13 degrees C. The sun is abundantly shining. Spring has arrived, it seems like. Then again, you never know, might change again pretty soon, but for the time being, for the next week, 2 weeks, it is still looking pretty decently. Polderbaan Tower, where the air traffic controllers are located that control the traffic to and from the Polderbaan. You can see movement. Controllers are home. Chris Koet is going to go into the water. Or is he? Or is he just interested in this little hollow in the dike? Already things are are crumbling. Or is he going to go into the water? Will he jump? I think he will. Do we have any judges who judge? Oh wait, no. He changes his mind. The water was looking cooler than he would have liked after all. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching it together, they know a whole lot, so don't be afraid to interact in the live chat. In the meantime, narrowbodies o'clock over here. The coffee is finished. Time to start hitting the vodka then. Our next airplane to land here, KLM flight 1042, arriving from Birmingham. 737, Karen cabin in the back. 49 minutes the flight time. It's the Papa Hotel Sierra Echo HSE. Isn't that also a variant of Range Rovers? HSE? I think it is, at least in the Netherlands. Didn't this airplane used to belong to Transavia, or is this now me being confused, mixing things up? Willem Wolters, goedemorgen. Pro Drifters, good morning. Hey Grover, Groover, good morning. Lovely morning indeed, isn't it? Absolutely it is. Parallel arrivals are in progress. You may be picking up those whistles. And for those of you who didn't know yet, the sounds, those whistle sounds that you sometimes hear are emanating from this little building, where they measure the cloud base, if there are clouds, and if so, what altitude the base is at. Oh, and now it does look like Chris Coot jumped into the water. We weren't around to judge his jump and see if it was a good jump or not. We'll have to look at the replay. This is KLM flight 1174, arriving from Stavanger. 1 hour and 18 minutes on the way. Embraer 175, Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Lima. 9-year-old airplane. First flight January 2017. Right. 2 more contrails in the distance that are arriving from, generally speaking, Frankfurt, Munich, oftentimes. Not sure if these are arriving from those origins. They do look to be twin jets, both of them. There's also another twin jet contrail north of me, northeast of me to be more precise, flying east to west. Oh. Let's see. Is that American Airlines? I'm inclined to say it is American Airlines, looking at the tail. Peter PDK is also back. Peter Jongeneel also. The Peters have returned. Hey there, Peter and Peter. Welcome to the channel, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. Parallel arrivals are in progress. 2 Boeing 747s have already landed here. 4 more are underway, and all 4 are expected to land here as well on the Polderbaan. That is. What a treat. 2 C-17s we've also seen. When did that ever happen other than in the run-up to the NATO summit last year? Hey, Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Alrighty. We're waiting for traffic to the Polderbaan. The next airplane to arrive here should be not too far away. I think I can see it already. It's an Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow. Next after that, a Bombardier C-Series 300 aka an A220 from Air France arriving from Paris. Christian Maus, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope you're all doing well. Over here in the Netherlands, you can see it is a sun-abundant day. The wind has picked up a little. I hope it's not too severe for the dead cat. All the wind forecasts were indicating it was going to stay single-digit wind speeds, but I'm not too sure it still is. What is the meter saying? Well, 8 knots, so yeah. I hope that the wind rumble isn't too severe. Because of the expected low winds, I didn't take the blimp with me and left it at home. Anthony, goedemorgen, good morning. Or Tony, Tony in Portsmouth. Morning, mate. Welcome to the show. Welcome, one and all. If you join us later, you may have missed 2 747s landing here on the Polderbaan already. 4 more are still underway, and that's all before 2 o'clock local time. In fact, the next 747 is expected within the hour, and the 2 next after that should be here in just over an hour from now. Last 747 of today's show is going to be Kalita. Kalita arriving from Columbus, Ohio, now underway and expected to land here 7 past 2, if I recall correctly. Twin jet passing south of south of me. Let me get my bearings straight. There it is, twin jet. What does it look like? It looks like... Is that Lufty? Not sure that it is. It is a twin jet passing south of me. The other airplane has already passed. That was just north of me. Just a quick look to see what it was. Yeah, that's also looking like Lufty. Right, meanwhile, the next airplane to land is about to touch down. That's the aforementioned A220-300 Air France 51500 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. It is Lufty. Alright, there you go. Bienvenue à Pays-Bas. Dans la Pays-Bas? Not sure. Oh, wow. What do I spy with my little eye? Okay. So something must have come loose or must have rolled into the water at some point. But yeah, there you go, driftwood. Hey, Mac is also back. More people from down under, welcome back, mate. And welcome to everybody else who may have joined. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching, and together they know a lot, and will happily try to answer any questions that you might have. I, for one, am still enjoying this show thoroughly with the lovely weather out here. I hope you guys are too, and don't forget, if you are enjoying the show and you want to help this channel grow, to leave a like. It will help greatly to get in more people in the future. Make it more gezellig. Wouldn't it be nice if these usually more quiet Thursday and Friday streams would regularly get more than 1,000 viewers at a time? That's what I'm hoping for at some point in the future, and you guys can help. This is KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich. Just a quick pass over the Gulf of Yorkshire is what it needed to do to get here. As the crow flies, really close by destination, just a body of water in between. The flight time has been 33 minutes, and that's not much longer than any flights from Brussels or from Düsseldorf, for that matter, would take. South of me, two airplanes crossing, but they're not going to cross really close by, so on the track from Germany to the United States / Canada / North America, there is another contrail stripe moving this way. Richard van Bracht is tuning in from Alicante with Sahara sand rain. I thought they mentioned that on the weather report yesterday as well, that particularly tomorrow we are also going to get Sahara sand in the air, and it should make for a brownish sunset, so look out for that if you live in the Netherlands or in Belgium. Sahara sand is on the move to the north and is also going to hit the Benelux tomorrow. Hey Simi, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Welcome back, hope all is well. Persfotografie Holland, goedemorgen, good morning. Jim Estes is tuning in from Denver. Good morning, mate, and welcome to the channel. So, if you join us only later, you may have missed two 747s landing on the Polderbaan already. The first one minutes into the show, a couple of minutes into the show. The second one not long thereafter. I think both of them landed in the first half hour or so. The next one is going to land in, 40 minutes from now? Two more in an hour or so from now. And another 747 expected shortly after 2 o'clock. And the way things look right now, unless something unforeseen happens, those are all expected to land here on the Polderbaan as well. In other words, the runway we are standing closest by to, and on which this Embraer from German Airways has also just now touched down. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming, and we're going to catch them all just like Pokemon. This is the Dutch. For a moment I thought it was the Dupree, the airplane that we used to know as Chucky, but it's not the case. It's 11:30 and parallel arrivals are still taking place. They began around 11 o'clock. The stint usually lasts from 11 to 11:40, so I think we've seen the the most of it. And in 10 or so minutes from now, once again, the central runway is expected to close and all traffic inbound to Schiphol Airport, at least until approximately 1 o'clock, will once again be directed to the Polderbaan, in other words, the runway we are standing next to. There's a little bit of wind and the chimney smoke scale chimneys are indicating it. Dutch Farang is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all has been well during your absence. Good to see you again. Welcome back, mate. What a day to return. With 2 airplanes, 2 747s taking off from Schiphol earlier in the show as well, if you include those to the count, and not including the overhead traffic, that'll mean a show with 8 747s. But if you look at the inbound traffic alone, there will be 6. So even though you might get some withdrawal symptoms from Emirates A380 abstinence, it should be compensated for with an abundance of 747s. It's like going back to the 1990s, isn't it? Keep them coming. Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen, KLM Flight 1762, and another one of those Embraers will be landing here, has landed here. There you go. KLM Flight 1704 having arrived from Brussels. And that has taken 29 minutes. Brussels, Norwich, Düsseldorf. Shortest flight distances. With the 2 mainland destinations probably a bit closer by, just a little bit. Have a look in the community section if you want to see the pictures, or at least some of the pictures that Sander Sakate took here from Fidel Kestrel last Sunday. Really lovely, good lens, good photographer and a good camera. Fidel is still here, hovering, hunting for Pinky in the Brain. And finally, another wide-body airplane is approaching. KLM 78710 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. And that is a country right next to Ecuador! And that is located in Latin America and not in Africa. It's also the KLM 100-year special livery. 9 hours and 7 minutes on the way. The BKA Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Alpha. 6-year-old airplane. First flight June 2019. June, not Jan. Alrighty, let's see. Ryanair Max 9, no, Max 8 is flying downwind, and I happen to see it passing by right on the other side from where we are standing. There it is. Ryanair Flight 2334 arriving from Malaga. That's looking to become the 3rd arrival here. Before it and turning into the runway is now KLM Flight 954. An Embraer 190, an Iceland Air with a Max 8 behind it. That's still flying base. Overhead, another twin jet en route to the Americas, or at least to the west, probably. Hard to make out from this angle with the sun still in the same quadrant. It's always hard to discern details, but once the airplane has passed us by and the sun is in our back, it usually provides a nice contrasty picture and we should be able to make out what it is that we saw passing by. In the meantime, you can see it's a bit hazy. It's sometimes a bit looking for the next airplane, but there it is. This is KLM Flight 954, arriving from Newcastle, Embraer 190. Behind it, from the left, should become visible Iceland Air Flight 506 at some point. According to Flight Radar, it's still a bit further away, but it is turning towards the glide slope and is on base. Will become visible from the left at some point. Looks like there is still a decent bit of spatial separation between the two, so I hope we'll be able to catch them in one shot. That's why I'm purposely keeping the shot a little wide, so that we hopefully can catch that Max 8 from Iceland Air entering the field of view from the left. Oh yeah, wait, it has already entered the field of view. It's just a part of my LCD that has a bit more reflections. Also a little fingerprint on it. Let me see if I can wipe that away. And then quickly head over to the overhead traffic. Yes, that's better. Right, so the next two airplanes to the Polderbaan are on final. In the meantime, that twin jet has passed us by as well. And let's have a look. That's over there. Lufty old livery, quite clearly visible. It's almost always Lufty, isn't it? In the meantime, that bit of driftwood is continuing drifting. And Chris Coot is has gotten curious, or has he? For a moment it looked like he was. Like he had gotten curious, but... Lufty to Seattle. Thank you, David Wolf. There you go. Now, this is a complex airplane. It's flying for KLM. It says German Airways, and the bottom is still... What the fudge? Okay, so they also come equipped with working reverse thrusters. We now have learned and established. As I was saying, complex airplane. The bottom from BA, the top says German Airways, and the carrier it's flying for is KLM. Jan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Hey, nice. Jeffa saw some 727s at Detroit last month. I don't think we've ever seen them here in recent years. Not since I began streaming. I don't think I've seen 727s here at Schiphol. Those are rarities indeed. Yeah, that is a British Airways bottom. That Embraer 190 used to belong to BA. Then it became a German Airways airplane that started flying for KLM, and they never really gotten around to painting the bottom white or change it. Not sure if it is on purpose, or maybe at some point in the future they'll still do it. Not sure. Either way, this is Iceland Air Flight 506. Arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. Spacious carrying cabin in the back, and a little light blue stripe on the vertical, on the rudder. Ryanair up next. The airplane that we saw on the downwind leg minutes ago is now on final and next to land here. Another Max 8 737 arriving from Malaga, flight 2334. 2 hours and 29 minutes on the way. The airplane Irish registered, obviously. HGM, Hotel Golf Mike, 3 letters, the last letters of the registration. 4 years old already, first flight April 2021. Time for me to hit the vodka. I'm going to take a small glass, and I hope you guys are enjoying some beverages as well. Bottoms up, mates. Lon says that BA bottoms tend to be wider bodied. I thought that was a typical mainland European thing. Right. Will it get loud? Was it today? There was another one that did get loud, didn't it? Or was that on another day? Well, another round, another chance to get loud. And? Question mark? Sadly, no. An idle reverse landing. Hey, Vroom, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Looking at the traffic in the air, I think Polderbaan once again has become the only runway for inbound traffic, and it's going to stay like that until approximately 1 o'clock. We're going to stay here streaming until shortly after 2 o'clock at least, because there will be a 747 landing there, Kalita, underway from Columbus, Ohio. Should be landing here at around 10 past 2. That's not the only 747 of the show. If you joined us only just now, you have missed out on 2 747s already that landed here. The first one, the very first one, minutes into the show, and not long thereafter the second one. The third one is approaching and should be landing here in half an hour from now. And within the hour, 2 additional 747s will land here, most likely at the Polderbaan. So that brings the total to 6 Boeing 747s that are all expected to land on the Polderbaan. We've also seen 2 747s leave from Schiphol Airport. Now, unfortunately, due to the geopolitical circumstances in the Middle East, the Emirates A380 still isn't coming to Amsterdam. But to compensate for that loss, we are seeing a plentiful amount of 747s. It's almost like we're back in the 90s here at Schiphol. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming, and we're going to catch them all. Don't forget, if you are enjoying the show and you want to help this channel grow, leave a like if you haven't already. Subscribing helps as well. Subscribing also allows you to chat in the live chat after 5 minutes. That's to weed out any spamming or spammers, spam bots. If you've been a subscriber for a week, then you are eligible to post stuff, photos and whatnot in the community section. Have a look. Plenty of interesting pictures and posts there already. People who have taken pictures from wildlife over here at Schiphol, who have taken pictures of their model airplane collections, pictures of people, some of the subscribers themselves under different circumstances, on vacation, donned in AMS Live merch. Have a look. If you have interesting pictures to share, feel free to do so. The only thing you need is to be a subscriber for a week, and that's it. Of course, be nice and respect everybody, but that's general courtesy that also applies over here. Hey, Ton is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. He sees that several A380s departed from Dubai to Vienna, London. Hey, does that mean that there is also something underway? Will Emirates Flight 149 be coming to Schiphol then? That's interesting. That's interesting. Good to see you again, Ton. Hope all is well in the meantime. We have a Boeing 737-700 from KLM. Next airplane to land here. It's arriving from Scotland, from Eden.
Bruh.
KLM flight 924. The next landing will be... Next landing after this will be KLM flight 984. And that's arriving from London City. Hey, Glackman Track is also back. That rhymes. Oh. In my enthusiasm, pulled too hard on the panhandle. Pull up, pull up. Hey, and Felix is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Felix. Welcome back, mate. Richard Smith has also joined. Richard, goedemorgen. Yeah, still 15 minutes of morning here in mainland Europe. I spy with my little eye a contrail in the sky that seems to be produced by a quad squad member. And so it is. Is that a an A340 600 or 300? It does look like an A340, doesn't it? And if it is, then it almost certainly has to be Lufthansa. More overhead traffic has passed us by, a bit closer by, a bit further to the northwest already. And that too, zooming in, looks like Lufty Dreamliner. Think it is. Back to that quad squad member. Definitely looking like an A340. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, with the camera pointing up, my phone is now pointing towards the ground, so I'm not able to read your messages right now. Lufty A340, all right. Another one, another twin jet coming towards me directly from a bit more north, but still on an east to west trajectory. Anyway, Hans Zwanenburg also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, and it is a very Queen-heavy show today. 6 of them landing in the duration of the stream. 2 have already touched down, and 4 more are underway. After our next arrival, I'm going to take you to Flight Radar, and we'll have a look at where the Queens are positioned. Hey, thank you for the update, Moria. So Emirates Flight 149 is still cancelled. So despite the fact that Ton did see a couple of Emirates departing from Dubai to European destinations, no less, Amsterdam is still not receiving any, at least not for today. This is KLM Flight 984 arriving from London City. You might be wondering, London City? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Embraer 190. Flight time 34 minutes. Wow, 34. That's less than normal. Usually the flights from any of the London-based airports to Amsterdam is around 40 to 45 minutes. So 34, I would count that as being quicker than average. I would classify that as being quicker than average. Right. Tom also looked into the schedule for the A380 for tomorrow, and it also is cancelled. Interesting. Dexis is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. So we have a gap between the last airplane and our next airplane, and that gap will allow us to have a look on Flight Radar. There are 4 747s on the way, and let's have a look to see where they are in the sky exactly. This is the METAR. METAR has been KVK. The weather has been KVK all along, so that's not very interesting actually. 4 airplanes are approaching the Netherlands, the closest by of which is flying in Belgium already. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi. That's expected around 12:15. Then over Wales and Southwest England respectively, we see 2 airplanes that are arriving from Miami. The Cargolux 747 is expected around 12:37 and 12:39 for the Atlas. Here over the ocean we still have yet another. That's Kalita Air, arriving from Columbus, Ohio. Its ETA is firmly set at 2:07. I'm going to stick around until this one will have landed. It's probably going to be the last airplane of the show for today. It's going to be the last 747 at least for today's show as well. If you don't have to be anywhere, by all means, sit back and relax and enjoy the airplanes that are still going to be arriving here. We'll still be around, plenty more coming. And the next 747 is expected in 25 minutes from now in Belgium already and making its way over to the Polderbaan. Don't forget, if you guys are enjoying the show, leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience and grow. The next airplane is approaching from the west and is not too far out. There it is. KLM Flight 1710, arriving from Luxembourg. That's an Embraer 175, and it's approaching, coming in hot, not too far out. I wonder if the gear is already out. It probably is. Yep, definitely is. So this is KLM Flight 1710, arriving from Luxembourg, Embraer 175, approaching the Polderbaan from much further to the south, closer to the runway than normally would be the case. 38 minutes on our way from Luxembourg to Amsterdam thus far. It's usually around 45 minutes, same as London and Paris. Now, still a respectable distance from the runway, but if you look on flight radar, you can see turning in relatively close by to the runway. Frank de Bruin, morgen. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. And Marissa is back. Good to see you again. Still in time for the 4 remaining 747s, assuming you will have enough time to stick out and hold out for those. If not, then obviously replay is the way to go. That goes for everybody. For now, looking around me, don't see any contrails in the immediate vicinity. Wolfgang mentions that an Atlas 7.4 is underway to 18 left. The visibility will probably have gotten a little better compared to when the Nippon took off this morning. The sun has climbed further to the south and further up in the sky, so the backlight should be a bit less than with the Nippon this morning. Keep me posted once it's lined up and first to leave. Let me know and I'll see if I can catch a glimpse of it. Leon is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Goedemorgen. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Chris Coot is swimming. That bit of driftwood seems to have drifted off quite far to the north already. Or to the to this side, to the west, because I'm not seeing it right away. Or has it struck that? No, that's not it. Is it? Is it? Or is it? I'm not sure. Oh, we've missed out on another quad that passed by south of us. And what's this? Is that the Norwegian? Hey, no, it's Suparna. It's the Suparna triple. Going back to China. Alright, thank you for the confirmation, Marissa, that the Cargolux is confirmed for the Polderbaan. Was to be expected, but it's always nice to get confirmation that things are going to happen the way we are expecting it. relatively calm still. There are 2 Embraers followed by a KLM 777 approaching. Somewhere there's an enthusiastic coot presenting the log to a potential mate, says Jeff. Yeah. I wonder if it's the same with coots as with dogs. Big stick. It's my stick or stock. Lisa sent a funny video on Instagram the other day about a German Shepherd that had a very big stick. In the video, he is supposedly talking with a German accent to his lady about admittance fee for the stock, the big stock in the world. Anyway, let me just take a sip of vodka and shut up. MNG Airlines A321 passenger freight just entered Dutch airspace from the east. Perfect. Thank you for the update there, Marissa. Number 190 arriving from Teesside or Darlington is going to be landing here next. And behind it there should be a number 175 turning in from the left. Still making its way over to the glide slope. Not sure if we can see them both together in one shot. Probably not. It's a bit calm over here, but that's okay. The third airplane behind these 2 Embraers is going to be a KLM 777-300ER. Now the lipstick plane is passing overhead. Outbound traffic with red accents. Here's another one. And that's that smiling lady of whom I have forgotten her name already. Yeah. At least a smiling face on a tail of Iceland Air. That's nice. Iceland Air Norwegian. Okay. Nice little wheelie. No reverse landing. No reverse landing. Adi Frans, goedemorgen. 2 minutes of morning left. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. And it's a Queens galore day today. 6 747s landing on the Polderbaan. And there are still 4 left, still 4 remaining that are now making their way over. The first next 747 should land here in approximately 10 minutes from now. In the foreground on the right, we have a number 175 from KLM arriving from Leeds. That's KLM flight 1020. And behind it on the left is KLM flight 792, that's arriving from Sao Paulo, and that is in Latin America, where you can also find a country called Ecuador. A bit further behind it, still flying base, is a 777-200ER, and that's KLM flight 706, which is returning to the Netherlands from Rio de Janeiro. Atlas 747 lined up on 18 left. Next to take off. Let's keep the frame a little wide and see if we can spot it. Then again, the 777-300ER is already approaching and is also not too far away. If I have to choose between the two, but I won't. There's the Atlas. Yeah, it's still not optimal. You cannot see any details. You can just see the contour of a Boeing 747. Atlas taking off and quickly turning back. Here we are. In the meantime, Rodney South has returned and he is celebrating a membership anniversary as well today. 15 months of membership. Welcome back. How was your break? Hello everyone. Well, if you're talking about my skiing trip, then I can tell you it was great. Had a lovely week. Good weather, lovely surroundings, good snow, good pistes. My feet held up, no pains until the last day of skiing. And that's a first. But the return to grey and rainy Netherlands was all the more difficult because I had a week of sun-abundant skiing prior to that. But yeah, there you go. In the meantime, a big thanks to Rodney for your continued support. 15 months and counting. Hope that everything in the lounge still is to your liking. If it's not the case, let me know and let me see what I can do to improve things. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member in the lounge, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. In the meantime, Nathalie, goedemorgen. Miko, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Quickly turning around, a 777-200 up next, arriving from Rio de Janeiro, KLM Flight 706, 777-200, the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Bravo, 10 hours and 38 minutes on the way, 22 years old, first flight October 2003. Rio de Janeiro, that's of course in Latin America, not in Africa. If you think it is in Africa, then of course you are
wrong.
Rio de Janeiro is of course in Latin America, where you can also find a country called
Ecuador!
Right, enough of boy and his toys. Let's look and listen. It's probably not going to use the reversers, but you never know. Sometimes those KLM widebody pilots do surprise us. 22 years old already, and now returning to the Netherlands safely. See that Nigel is also back in the chat. Good afternoon, mate. Tuning in from the Gulf of Yorkshire, the coast of the Gulf of Yorkshire, or hope you guys are enjoying similar weather to what we are having here in the Netherlands. As you can see, the sun is out abundantly shining. In the beginning, at the westerly horizon, towards the Gulf of Yorkshire, there were clouds visible. Right now, looking directly to the west, it's not that cloudy. One little bit of cirrus veil has formed. Now, however, when I do turn the camera further to the northwest, there is a bit more cloudiness up ahead. That's over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Up here, there's also a slight cirrus, or is it a contour remnant? I think it might even be a contour remnant. Although what we see over there does look like regular cirrus clouds. So hardly any clouds to begin with. Looking to the south, all clean. Looking to the east, clean as well. Look at the horizon, and it's absolutely squeaky clean in the sky, except for the occasional contrail. Airplanes overhead do form contrails, and we've seen quite a few of them already pass by. Another one is underway. This one, once it has passed us by and we have the sun in our back, we should be able to look at it with a bit more detail and contrast. With respect to aquatic birds over here, it's been mostly coots. Gary Grebe has been sighted a couple of times, but not lately. Coots over here, a coot over there. I think those could be coots as well. So quite a bit of coots. In the meantime, the next 747 is flying along the coastline downwind and should be left of me somewhere. I'm looking to see if I can spot it already. Let's see. Where, oh where art thou? 747 number 3. Flight radar says it should be in the vicinity of Zandvoort, so it should be within visual range for me. But where on earth is that bastard? I got it. I've got it. Yeah, bingo. Bingo. Now, let's see the buildings in the foreground and then, yep, no, birds. Again, the buildings, and where did it go? It's now already towards the shed. Yes, there we go. Found it. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, a country in third queen of the show. After this, 3 more until 2 o'clock. So, this is Cargolux flight 9492, or at least it's the call sign. Not sure if it is a flight number per se. 8 hours 27 minutes on the way. Of course, Luxembourg registered LX Lima X-ray Yankee Charlie Victor YCV. This is a 17-year-old. First flight July 2008. Jinsicle also back, as is FJWH, who has a 2-hour break. Well, that's nice, mate. Stick around. Including this 747, which is now turning base, there are going to be 4 747s in the period between now and 2:07 approximately. 2 hours of streaming left and 4 747s, making the arriving 747s in today's show 6. A few more have taken off already. We've seen a few overhead. Hey, Flight Fanatics also back. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, sublime weather indeed. Absolutely lovely. Though cold-handed, easily cold-handed as I am still standing here with my fingerless gloves on. I did put them off. Put them off earlier. But it was, with the wind, it was still a little bit chilly, and I don't want my digits to get stiff so that I have optimal control. A jet, in the meantime, has landed here, having arrived from Istanbul, undoubtedly. The gear is extending on the 747. There it is. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the show, leave a like if you haven't already, subscribe, and share this channel to other airplane enthusiasts if you want to help this channel grow. And if you ever want to be with 1,000 or more other people here on a Thursday, make sure to spread the word. Thanks for the update, Wolfgang, who says there's a Lufty overhead near Leiden. I'm not going to lose sight of this 747. This is one I'm going to track until it has landed. Preceding this 747 is Vueling, an A320, arriving from Barcelona, Hans' favorite. There it is. Edwin, good to see you, mate. Perfect timing. And Jinsicle also back. Perfect timing, ladies and gentlemen. The third of 6 747s. After the 747 that you see, 3 more will land here in the next 2 hours. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stay here, hang around with us. Gotta catch them all. Quick look at the touchdown. Uneventful, as expected with the current weather. Here we go. Ta ta ta. I mean... Why mimic the sound effect if you can play it? Hey, much appreciated, Wolfgang. Giving options is always good. Obviously, having found this on the downwind leg, not going to lose it anymore. Hey, Sunil, tuning in from Delhi in India. Welcome to the channel, mate. Nice of you to say hi. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have found AMS Live in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Don't be afraid to say hi if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. We have a lot of viewers, and together they know a lot. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And the people in the chat will happily try to answer any questions that you might be having. Third queen of the show. The previous two, well, the first one did not get loud altogether. The second one did get loud, but only after a late deployment, where initially I thought it was going to be an idle reverse landing. What's queen number 3 going to do? Will she get loud? We will find out in a moment. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
That's the way, I like it,
Not too bad, not too bad. This was the third queen of the show landing here on the Polderbaan. There are 3 more underway, ladies and gentlemen. The next 2 should arrive here within half an hour from now. Both of them coming in from Miami, Florida. One from Cargolux, one from Atlas Air. The sixth in total, 747. The third one still expected before or around 2 o'clock, is expected at around 2 o'clock, 2:07. That's a Kalitta Air arriving from Columbus, Ohio. While the Queen is vacating the runway, let's have a quick look on Flightradar and see where the airplanes of interest currently are. So like I said, there are 2 more 747s expected from Miami, Florida within half an hour. They're still over England, but crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire is all they still have to do. So that means they'll be here in around a half an hour from now. The ETA has switched a little bit, has moved a little bit up in time. 12:44 is now the ETA for the one, and 12:44 and 12:41 for the other. Then here over the ocean we still have Kalitta, now still expected at 2:07. I'm not sure if Flightradar is able to track the airplane properly, since it is over the ocean. Might be that they're only tracking it via satellite, and that an updated ETA will follow once it is closer by mainland Europe. Wolfgang says that there's an Austrian 78 east and west near Alkmaar. Yeah, I do see something in the sky. Pretty far to the north still. Where did I see it? There it is. I think this might be it, or is it? I think it is Austrian, but it is pretty far to the north, so other than a very pixelated view and a bit of reddishness in the tail, that's all I can give you, unfortunately, from here. Rick has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Rick. It was a pleasure to have you in our live chat again, and I'm looking forward to our next encounter, whether it be online or in real life. Take care, enjoy the rest of your day, and see you soon, hopefully. Her Majesty is still taking her time to vacate the Polderbaan area. In the meantime, in the foreground you can see the windsock. There is a bit of wind, but not very much. And a big jet outbound overhead. Let's have a look. Is that a Chinese freighter? I think it is. Which one is this? That's a Chinese 777, all right. Lovely. Marja has to sign off. It's going to be too late for her to make it until the end of the stream, and that's understandable, Marja. Thank you so much for your presence and being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. Make sure to look back the other 747s that are still going to arrive here after you will have been gone, but we'll see you again tomorrow, hopefully. Take care, sleep well, and most likely see you again tomorrow. This is MNG with an A321 passenger to freight converted airplane arriving from Istanbul. Go green is what they say. If you are a member with a yellow badge, then indeed, go green. Hey, and Peter is also back. Raining hard at on Curaçao? What? And over here we have an abundance of sunshine. You didn't send all the sunshine away to the Netherlands, did you? Save some for yourself, mate. Finnair A350 taking off from runway 24. Yeah, that's definitely going to turn back, Wolfgang. Thanks for the heads up. I wonder if this is it already. And the answer is yes. This is the Finnair A350, all right. Oh, I was also looking to my left because there is a twin jet contrail coming this way from Frankfurt or Munich. Let's see what else is next. Transavia with an A321neo arriving from Valencia. And after that, lot in the Star Alliance livery. Let's see, A350 from Finnair. We can follow that a little bit. Now, that's over there, making the turn to us. Saw it land here this morning as I was setting up. Unfortunately, too early for me to be able to film it. Unfortunately. Because I for one am getting withdrawal symptoms from A350s. It wasn't that long ago that we had almost double digits number of A350s in the show. Quite a few of them from Emirates. No, not from Emirates. Quite a few of them from Delta. Now, for a relatively long period of time, Delta has been sending A330s to Amsterdam exclusively. Now, I am expecting that will change at some point, but when that will be remains to be seen. Finnair A350 going back to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Lovely growl. Those XWB engines. Right, and that twin jet that was approaching is now very close to my zenith. In fact, it is passing in my zenith. Only now is it slowly but surely getting possible for me to zoom in on it again. It passed by too close to me to be able to see it zoomed in. There you go, on its way out. All right, back to the business on ground level or near ground level, the Polderbaan traffic. Let's turn back the camera and see what's in store next. Narrowbodies o'clock. This is the Star Alliance liveried lot. A lot to see. Arriving from Warsaw in Poland. Flight 263. This is the Splio. 1 hour and 36 minutes on the way. First flight September 2010. Now, isn't this airplane looking polished, or is it? Right. 2 747s underway, expected here pretty soon. Crossing the North Sea, or the Gulf of Yorkshire as we call it over here. Both arriving from Miami, Florida. Last time we checked, ETA was at around 1/4 the hour. Cargolux, ETA 12:42 and Atlas Air 12:48. And still to come after that, Kalita arriving from Columbus, Ohio, and should be here around 2:07. At least that's what the ETA constantly has been lately. But it's still flying over the ocean. Might get an updated ETA once it gets closer by to Ireland. Is it polished? Yes, a lot. Wonderful. Keep them coming, Wolfgang. That's it. Howdy Dylan, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right, primary runway for arrivals. And Chris Koot is also saying hi to everybody. 6 747s to land on the Polderbaan, 3 of which have already arrived here. 2 are underway and are expected in half an hour from now. And the third one should arrive here around 2 o'clock. Now, luckily for us, there are some more wide bodies in the vicinity as well, or at least, except for, apart from the 747s, there's also a 787 now approaching the glide slope. This is still a KLM narrowbody, of course, arriving from Rome. Ooh, nose gear pretty high up at the moment of touchdown. Atypically high for a 737. An E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bergen is up next. Flight 1164, and the 78710 is flying base, but further to the north. Decent amount of spatial separation between it and this airplane, so no combo shots, unfortunately. Looking over the camera to the north, I'm not seeing that Dreamliner. Oh wait, I think I do. I think I do actually. Yep. Yep, that's it. That's KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's the number 2. 78710. now. It's, what is it, March 6th? And for the first time I'm starting to see heat wave distortion here when the airplanes are landing. Temperatures climbing. Pretty soon it's going to be shorts and t-shirts weather again. I am going to get another thick rubber band out of one of my bags so that I can position the brick of my camera power cable to the tripod leg again, like I did before. The elastic broke. Was already a bit stretched out, but now it's lying on the ground and I find myself trampling it and also standing on other stuff. So with a fresh rubber band, oh, that's more firm than I thought it was going to be. Keep it off the ground so that I don't trip on it, and also make sure that it doesn't get trampled and damaged. Here's the 787-10. There's also a BizJet approaching runway 22 right now. Let me see, let me look to the right. Can I find it? Right now the answer is no. Oh wait, I have found it. Let's see, this is a BizJet approaching runway 22. If you look at flight radar, it's VistaJet flight 440 arriving from Firenze, Florence. Nice and silvery. Flight time 1 hour and 38 minutes. Bombardier Challenger 350. 4 years of age. Hailing from 2022. Alright, here we go. KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 787-10 Dreamliner, 7 hours and 30 minutes underway, 3,821 nautical miles it has journeyed. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Lima, BKL. 3 years old, first flight June 2022. Indeed, with a fresh rubber band. Keep them coming, Marissa. Yeah, rubber bands are very helpful in live streaming, I have found. I've got one around my laptop to prevent it from toppling out of my laptop tent whenever it is windy, because that has happened to me before. Keeps things suspended from the ground so that they don't get damaged, wet, or causing me to trip. Learn from experience. And rubber bands also play a crucial role in following objects smoothly. Wolfgang says, fingers crossed it could be a back-to-back with the 7-4s. Let me zoom out a little. Is that so? Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, you're right. The way things are looking right now, I'm thinking that the Air France Bombardier is going to arrive before the Cargolux. I think you may be right, Wolfgang. I think it's going to be a back-to-back landing. Wow, how cool would that be? If only ATC would send them closer to one another with the minimum of spatial separation. Because that, of course, would give us the best looking glide slope shot. Bird control is over here as well. The bird controller on duty is K1. Next up, Shamrock Aer Lingus flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And another BizJet over the city of Amsterdam on its way to runway 22. Yeah, once again found it. Almost at exactly the same location as the previous one. There it is. This is FlexJet, which is arriving from Voyens? Voyens? No idea how to pronounce that. No idea where this is located. Is it Scandinavian or something? 41 minutes on the way. Germany? Embraer Praetor 600. 9 Hotel Kilo Foxtrot X-Ray. 4 years old. First flight December 2021. Shamrock in the meantime landing here. Birth control, checking the rubbers. Indeed, Marissa, indeed. Denmark. Oh, well, there you go. No idea still how to pronounce it. Voyens? Or something. I'm zooming out on Flight Radar because I'm curious to see how things are developing with respect to the approaching airplanes, and Air France indeed comfortably before the two 747s. It's going to be a back-to-back landing the way things are looking, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see how any other airplane could be fit in between the Air France and, well, between the two 747s actually. The Embraer 190 behind the second 747 is following. Transavia is probably going to be directed to follow the Embraer 190. The E2 Embraer will probably be behind that. Right. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Back-to-back 747s. If that's not enough, 6 and 2 back-to-back. Of which 2 back-to-back. In the meantime, Fidel Castro over here, hovering. Come on. Yeah, this is as much focus as I can get from it. Oh. Now, it went down, but I'm not sure if it... No, it didn't catch anything. And what I learned from Sander, who took awesome pictures of Kestrel last Sunday, and whose pictures you can see in the community section if you haven't already. He told me that a man has gray feathers and the lady Kestrel is all brown. So I think this was a gentleman Kestrel as well, Fidel. Next up, Iceland Air, the second MAX 8 of the show. We already saw flight 506 before. This is flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. Looks like it too will have a light blue band on the leading edge of the tail. 2 hours and 51 minutes on the way. First flight in March 2024. Hey, and Dyson Rebel is also back. Good to see you. Welcome back, mate. Perfect timing. There are two 747s coming. That's 747 numbers 4 and 5, counting just the inbound 747s. All landing on the Polderbaan as well. And what's even better, back-to-back landings. OMG. Now, unfortunately, looking on Flight Radar, the spatial separation between the two 747s is more than the minimum, I think. So a nice combo shot on the glide slope, I don't think we are going to see. If I keep the frame wide, but then, of course, the trade-off is you don't get to see a lot of details. I'd love it for two 747s to be flying close to one another, behind each other, on the glide slope with good lighting, so that I can make a still of it as a thumbnail. But I'm afraid it's not going to happen with today's double whammy. A positive double whammy. Don't know if any of you is Luton intolerant, but then you might want to look away. This is an A319, flight 22515, and you've guessed it, it's arriving from Celiac City, aka London Luton. 42 minutes on the way. The guest BZ, Golf Echo Zulu, Bravo Zulu, 18 years old, first flight June 2007. I spy with my little eye looking to the left a Boeing 747 approaching the glide slope. That's Cargolux arriving from Miami, Florida, the first of the two back-to-back 747s. Gear still retracted, but it should deploy pretty soon. First of two 747s, yeah, and the gear is now deploying. Bada bing, bada boom. The next 747 is over there. Atlas Air, two consecutive 747-8s. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the show, leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel grow and bring in a wider audience in the future. Air France with an A220 running out here, having landed. Two Boeing 747s on their way, both of them arriving from Miami, Florida. Back-to-back 747 landings. How incredible is that? This is what I love to see. Get closer to one another. Unfortunately, from here on, zooming in further will enable digital zoom, so things will only get more pixelated. This is the top end of optical zoom, but have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful sight this is, isn't it? Two 747-8s, both arriving from Miami, Florida. I wonder if they also took off back-to-back. Here in the foreground, on the right, we have Cargolux, flight 86 November. That's the call sign. 8 hours and 8 minutes underway. 12-year-old airplane, first flight March 2013. And behind it, Atlas Air, flight time 8 hours and 4 minutes. 13 years old, first flight July 2012. Cargolux up first. 8 hours 9 minutes on the way. The Lima X-Ray Victor Charlie Hotel. 12 years old. Will it get loud? The answer is yes, it will. Cannot linger too long on the rollout of this queen. She's vacating the runway, and rightly so, because behind her is another 747-8. Atlas Air flight 5219, also arriving from Miami, Florida. Another 747-8. 8 hours 5 minutes on the way. 13 years old, November 851 Gin Tonic. Will it get loud as well? Hadi Hon, perfect timing. Queens 4 and 5, and another 747 is expected in an hour and 20 minutes. Kalita Air, arriving from Columbus, Ohio, will be the next 747 after this one. This is Atlas Air, 5219, arriving from Miami, Florida. And an idle reverse landing, not good enough. Go around. Redo it. Five 747s down, one more to go. Bird control over here in the foreground coming this way. Two 747s on their way to the cargo apron alongside runway 0624, the Cargolux. That's not predator birds, that's sound effects from the car of the bird controller. If only the first queen would wait for the second to catch up so that we could see them close by one another. The spatial separation on the ground continues. 1747 underway to the main platform area, and the other one will follow. Both of the 747s taking their time. KLM-E2 Embraer 195 having arrived from Milan, rolling out here just now. Mr. F has to go. Thanks for stopping by. Sander Shinobi, good to see you, mate. Lovely pictures you took of that Kestrel. I already alluded to your pictures in the community section a couple of times already. Have a look. Fido Kestrel. Alright, another 747 on the radar for outbound. Yeah, but from 18 left undoubtedly, right? That is not great viewing from here. Oh, it's the A350 1000. Right, this is KLM 9947. That's not a regular flight number. This is a relocation flight arriving from Nottingham. And probably nothing on board other than the pilots. This is not a passenger flight, this is a relocation flight. Right, narrowbodies o'clock for the time being. Transavia up next, arriving from Tromsø. Let's see what else is there. We do have KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima, still over the Gulf of Yorkshire. It's also 12:46, so that means that the parallel arrivals are going to commence pretty soon. No carry-on cabins on board Transavia airplanes ever. Specific company policy. Screw carry-ons. Just let them sit in the main cabin with the rest. So in just over 10 minutes from now, I'm expecting the center runway to once again reopen for another hour of parallel arrivals. That means that everything arriving from the east is going to land on the center runway, and everything arriving from the west, generally speaking, should be landing here on Polderbaan. Next airplane to the Polderbaan is an A321neo in old livery, the non-bold letters, and still white on the engine casings and on the tail. Transavia flight 5624. Arriving from Palma de Mallorca, 2 hours and 4 minutes underway. And this is the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Bravo. That's the second A321neo belonging to Transavia themselves then? I think it is. Yeah, plane a year old. First flight was in June 2024. When did the first A321neo of Transavia get delivered? Was that in the summer of 2024 or a bit earlier already? I'm not sure. Were there already A321neos from Transavia flying around at the end of 2023? I still remember when the first one arrived. I just don't know when it was. I think it was somewhere in the beginning of 2024, but I could be mistaken. Chris Koets, still doing cardio and still being loud about it. Ooh, look at me, I'm swimming, I'm good, I'm working on my conditioning and fitness. Meanwhile, you are just standing on land and babbling on about nothing. Next arrival here is going to be an A320. Not a Neo, just a regular A320. Lufthansa flight 2304, arriving from Munich. And a doggo over there. Looking at Chris Koet enthusiastically. Hey, I wanna play, I wanna play. Come on, I wanna play. Chris Koet is thinking, what are you doing, mate? Stay on land where you belong. This is my territory. Right, Muziekgek had a look and found that the first A321neo from Transavia was delivered in December 2023. So 2 years and a bit they've been flying around already, the first ones. Jackie has to go for today. Thanks for stopping by, mate, and see you again soon, hopefully tomorrow. Lufty flight 2304, arriving from Munich. Flight time has been 1 hour and 5 minutes. Driving to Munich from here takes a bit longer. 7 or so hours. Depending on how busy it is on the roads and if you enter into traffic jams. Pro Drifters asks, when is the next 747? It should be in 1 hour and 20 minutes or so from now. Let's have a quick look. Lightslope doesn't show any airplanes in the immediate vicinity, so that allows us a moment to have a look on Flight Radar. We are awaiting Kalita Air, arriving from Columbus, Ohio, and it's approaching Ireland right now. It constantly had an ETA of around 207, and as I thought, it incurred a little delay, so the ETA now stands at 213. Means almost 1.5 hours of flying still. Usually flights from Dublin to Amsterdam average around 1 hour, so yeah, 1 hour and a bit is likely. That's the next airplane coming this way. An update of the meter, which is updated automatically in the ticker, but if you want to see what the text in the ticker means, you can do so over here. This is the code over here that you also see in the ticker. EHAM is an abbreviation for Schiphol Airport together with AMS. This is the time and date of the report. The 5th, that's today, and 11:25 Zulu time is the time of the report. That's Zulu time, in other words, that's GMT. The wind speed and direction, 10 knots of wind from 140 degree. That's the main arrow over there. This means that the wind direction is variable between 110 degrees and 170 degrees. And that's indicated by the 2 arrows over here. So that's the spread of the wind direction, more or less. CAV okay. Explained over here. Ceiling and visibility are okay. It means that around Schiphol Airport at the lowest 5,000 feet, there are no visual impediments. No clouds, no mist, no fog, no rain, no nothing that hinders visibility. The temperature, 15 degrees Celsius, indicated over here. The dew point is 6 degrees Celsius. A big difference between the two means low relative humidity. This is the air pressure, indicated over here, 1,020 hectopascals. No SIG means no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours are expected. All right. In the meantime, Wolfgang says that the 74 is lined up on 18 left. Let's have a look and see if we can see that 747 taking off then. Cathay Cargo lined up on runway 18 left and should become visible pretty soon. You might also be able to pick up on some noises. That's an excavator over there. Like I said before, upon walking this way this morning, they were already here doing stuff seemingly with the related to the sewage. So they're already doing stuff. Not sure what, not sure until when. And I'm cautiously optimistic that at least the fence work that is placed over there will not be continued further this way. I think everything goes underground here at the excrement bridge, which I think is also where the works will end. Still waiting for that 7-4. Parallel arrivals in the meantime have begun, and Sky, one of the last airplanes arriving from the east, still landing on the Polderbaan. Sky Express arriving from Athens. Greece is bliss. I still need to check back with Jandrosek to see if it really is true. A bold claim, as far as I'm concerned, without any evidence yet. Anything happening with respect to the Cathay Cargo? Because still not seeing the contours of a 747 rising from the ground. Meanwhile, parallel arrivals have begun and are expected to stay in place for another hour. For an hour. God damn it, my English is failing. I need some vodka. Also don't want to miss the 74, but that's still holding short. Or still standing. Right, the next airplane to the Polderbaan is still pretty far away. It's TAP Air Portugal, an A320neo arriving from Lisbon. So we have a Cathay Cargo 747 lined up on the threshold of 18 left. The 47 will climb out from behind the buildings and the trees, but nothing happening thus far. Behind me, the A320neo from TAP Air Portugal is also approaching. And Wolfgang says that it is rolling. Okay. Whoa. Let's see if we can transition from the 74 to the A320neo. Alright. Come out, wherever you are. Right. There it is. Cathay Cargo 7478 having taken off from 18 left. And here we have TAP Air Portugal landing. It's flight 668 arriving from Lisbon. A320neo. In the cockpit you will not find any pilots but tap dancers. Yeah, so they're working on the other side of the excrement bridge. Not sure what they're doing. I hope they'll make haste and get rid of those fences quickly. Hopefully the pipes leading to the excrement bridge can also be taken down quickly. It's been such a long time that they've been here already. Obstructing visibility if you're too close to it. About time that they take that all down again. Air Baltic with an A220 arriving from Riga. This is flight 621. And behind it is a 737-900 from KLM arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Flight time from this airplane from Riga to Amsterdam has been 1 hour and 57 minutes. Alpha Bravo Hotel, Yankee Lima of course. Now, no traffic to the Polderbaan until the 777, which is flying base. And is it visible yet? I'm looking. No, it's of course I had to take a closer look on flight radar. It's flying too far to the north. It's almost in the vicinity of Alkmaar. That's too far to the north to see from here. This is KLM flight 1354 arriving from Prague. 737-900 and a 737-800 arriving from Munich will follow behind it, flight 1852. Sander has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, mate. See you again soon. Let's see. I think I do see the 777 now in the distance. There it is. Standing out against the bit hazy bluish background. KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima. That's the capital of Peru, a country right next to
Ecuador!
And I see that there is a 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, which is a port in
Ecuador!
Sandwich in between will be an A321neo from Transavia arriving from Alicante. In the meantime, over here, traffic to the center runway is continuing with another 737 from KLM passing by just now. No carrying cabin in the back for this airplane. Now there are a few wide bodies from the east arriving. Unfortunately, of course, going to the wrong runway. Turkish with another Dreamliner and another Dreamliner from Saudia. Let me click on that from Saudia. Oh, it's beige. So we're not missing out on the new livery. That's a relief. It's just a beige one. Goeiedag. So this is KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Coming this way. You can see that the gear is still... Oh, no, the gear is extending. There you go. 11 hours and 18 minutes underway. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Oscar, the BVO. In Dutch, an abbreviation for biertje voor onderweg. Beer for on the road. If you're going to a festival or to a party. A little something for to quench the thirst when you're going to wherever you need to be. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in March 2015. Behind it should be a Transavia A321neo arriving from Alicante. That's also on final already. Usually that's at the 7 o'clock, and you can see it twinkling just about there. I think that the Turkish Dreamliner will precede the 777 arriving from Guayaquil, so we might be able to look at one and then the other. 112 Haaglanden, goedemiddag, good afternoon, welcome to the show, mate. Long time no see indeed. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boyd. This is Polderbaan, runway 18 right, primary runway for arrivals. Parallel arrivals are in progress since a couple of minutes until approximately 2 o'clock. Shortly thereafter, arriving from the west from Columbus, Ohio, the last airplane for today, Kalita Air, a 747 that is now in the vicinity of Ireland and should be here in an hour and 5 to 10 minutes or so. If you joined later, if you joined only just now, there are 5 Boeing 747s that landed on Polderbaan that you probably have missed out on already. The last 2 even landed back to back. The first 747 already landed in the first couple of minutes of the show. There have also been a couple of 747s that took off from the airport. And also some 747s that we saw in the sky overhead. If you count those all, we'll have seen double-digit 747s in today's show. Also 2 C-17s overhead. Last time we saw 2 C-17s in one show must have been in one of the shows in the run-up to the NATO summit last year. KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru, 777-300. Rodney South has to sign off and get ready for work. Thank you so much for joining, Rodney. All the best at work, take it easy, and hopefully see you again tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, later in the weekend. Thijs also back, good to see you, mate. Not sure if you were there for a long time already. Anyway, we're still here Filming the arrivals until the Kalita will have landed in an hour or so from now. Parallel arrivals are in progress. A 737 arriving from Billund to the center runway, and a little bit behind it is a Transavia A321 Neo. That's on the right. On the left is the next 747 already. That's KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, and that's of course in
Ecuador!
Flying parallel to the 777 from KLM is the Turkish Dreamliner flight 1957. And behind that duo, the KLM triple and the Turk, we have Saudia with their Dreamliner in the beige livery. Not sure if you guys are picking up on the sound, but over here a small trickle has begun. If you now all of a sudden realize that you had to go to the bathroom more regularly during the stream, it might be because of this. Hey Rolf, goedemiddag, good to see you mate. This is Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante, A321 Neo. 2 hours 20 minutes on the way, brand new airplane, Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Echo. First flight July 2025. And it's still the old livery, so to speak. Not the updated livery, where the engine casings and the tail are completely blue, with the exception of the T. The Transavia T. Alright, Turkish Airlines flight 1957, the second Dreamliner of the show for Turkish. The earlier flight 1951 also was a 787-9 even, if I recall correctly, Dreamliner. Landed here on the Polderbaan this morning. This is the next flight and also a Dreamliner. Flying parallel to it is the 777 arriving from Guayaquil, which is what I will turn the camera to next. Don't want to miss out on the 777 landing here on the Polderbaan. KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, of course in
Ecuador!
10 hours and 53 minutes underway. 777-200 it's the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Mike. That's a 19-year-old machine. First flight was in March 2006. Following this airplane, but to the center runway, is Saudia flight 215 arriving from Jeddah, 787-10 Dreamliner. There it is already in the background. And another KLM Asia 777-200. It's remarkable how many of them we see arriving from destinations in Latin America. Right, here's the Dreamliner from Saudia. Not the updated livery, still the old beige. Bit boring, but as somebody remarked earlier, it is a good camouflage color. It is a good camouflage color, and with everything going on in the Middle East, it might be even better to have this color on an airplane in that region of the world than having it white with a blue stripe, green stripe, I think. Or is there also some blue in it? Not sure. Hey, and Thijs is celebrating 4 months of membership, one third way to a year. And then the Black Raven with it as well. Or Russell Crowe, I think. Thank you so much for the support, Thijs. I hope that the 4 months thus far have been to your liking. If you have any suggestions to make the experience better, let me know. I'm all ears. Always looking to improve things that can be improved on. Hope you stick around for many more months to come. If not in the lounge, then at least as a regular recurring visitor, Thijs. Thank you so much for the support. 4 months. Congratulations. Here we go. BA A320 Neo arriving from London Heathrow. Flight 436. And I'm hearing you say, London?
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Yep, that's right, London. Hey, Peppy Pittel, also back in the chat. Servus, good to see you again. Long time no see. Kees Boshuizen, goedemiddag, welcome. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed 5 747s already. The last 2 arrived here back to back. The first one arrived here a couple of minutes into the show. We're sticking around for a 6th 747 to be landing here on the Polderbaan in an hour from now. Kalita is arriving from Columbus in Ohio. 6 747s. In absence of Emirates A380, I think that's a very good number and should at least keep the people who are suffering from A380 withdrawal symptoms, keep them at least a little comfortable with 6 747s. And that's excluding all the departures and overhead traffic. 6 747s, I drink to that. Bottoms up, guys. Now, I spy on the road behind me. I think that's a crane on the move. Yep, with a little generator behind it. Cute little, cute little trailer. And a big ass crane. Looks a bit out of proportion. Overhead, not much going on. Looking around me, no contrails in the immediate vicinity. Nothing that seems to be approaching me, or at least where the vicinity of where I'm standing. Arc Flight, good afternoon. And welcome to the other people who may have joined later. You're watching AMS Live still. Sunny day, bit of wind, climbing temperatures. Spring seems to have arrived in the Netherlands. Absolutely lovely weather. And I'm enjoying it thoroughly. I hope you guys are too. Don't forget, if you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. The more the merrier. That's the ballast on the trailer, Wolfgang says. I'm not sure if it is equipped to carry such big weights, Wolfgang. I'm pretty sure it was a generator. Alright, no wave, but also no hand on the control panel. Looking at the horizon to the north, you can see there is a bit of haziness, indicative of high pressure. Tomorrow it is said that in the sky, in the air, Sahara sand is being carried to the Netherlands. And yesterday on the weather report, they already said that the sunset tomorrow might get brownish. I'm very curious to see what it will look like. If you live in the Netherlands or in Belgium and you want to see a different color sunset, definitely be aware tomorrow might be a day when that will happen. Oh, come on. You can do it. Chris Good tried to climb onto land. He didn't succeed. Is he going to try again? There's a ladder not that far further to the north, mate. I mean, over there already is the ladder. The ramp, you can use it if you need to get out of the water and you're unable to do it anywhere else. I think he is determined to try it again, to give it another go. Yep. Oh, there you go. Right, nice. Who needs Rams, right? He's not that old yet. He's not that old yet. Jean-Phil, good afternoon. And Jean-Phil's brother is the pilot of Transavia 75 Alpha, arriving in 15 minutes. Will that be arriving from the east or from the west? Will it be landing here on the Polderbaan, or will it be landing on the center runway? Oh. He's eating where he shits. How about that? KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid, 737-800. More coots bickering south of me. Oh, nice wheelie. Relatively long wheelie, something that you don't see as regularly with 737s as with, for instance, A320 family members. I think this is the coot that we were hearing. Alright, that Transavia flight is coming from the south, confirmed for the Polderbaan. Thank you, Marissa. Parallel arrivals in progress. Another KLM Embraer E2 with cabin to the center runway. KLM flight 1920, an A321neo arriving from Zurich, landing here in a few moments. Quick look on flight radar to see where that 747 we're still waiting for is hanging out. In the vicinity of the Isle of Man. ETA now 2:15. It's it's still between Ireland and mainland United Kingdom. 2:15. Yeah, that seems like a normal. That seems to be accurate. If you assume that a flight that has to take off and climb that starts in Dublin usually averages around an hour, and it's a bit further to the north, still has to come a bit further to the south. Seems plausible that it is still an hour out. This is KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich, A321neo. Flight time has been an hour and 6 minutes. Vex P, Papa at the end. That's a brand new machine, less than a year old. First flight of this one, February 2026. And yet again, a coincidental Queen-esque silhouette taking off this time from runway 24. Hard to make out what it is. It's probably a Cargolux to Luxembourg, but not sure. Hey Hans, good afternoon, good to see you again, mate. I've lost count. Is this the 11th? The 10th? More? How many 747s have we seen? If you count the departures from Schiphol and the arrivals to Schiphol. Leave out the overhead traffic, because then it's even more confusing. Lovely to see so many 747s. It's almost like we've gone back in time to the 1990s when 747s at Schiphol were much more prevalent. Well, not just at Schiphol, but everywhere. This is an Embraer 190. This is KLM flight 1232 arriving from Göteborg. Flight time an hour and 12 minutes, 412 nautical miles the journey. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Sierra. It's 15 years old, first flight August 2010. Ah, Saudi to Riyadh. Oh, of course, yeah. Everything to Riyadh is now also everything to everywhere is taking off from Cargolux right now, because that's right now the only runway open, since the arrivals are now taking place parallelly. Yeah. Two runways open for inbound traffic means only one for outbound, means that regardless of the destination, everything leaving Schiphol between 1 and 2 o'clock will take the Cargolux as runway for departures. Neil WCCM says in Catalan those birds are called Pola da Aguila, Agua, which literally translates to water dick. Don't you mean water chicken? We do have waterhoen, which also translates to water chicken more or less, as I think a type of those birds. I'm not sure. These are coots. You also have waterhoenen. Those look a bit like coots, but are different. And that also would translate to water chicken, more or less. KLM Flight 1032 arriving from Manchester, aka Manchester, as some still call it, but that's not woke. We call it Manchester. This is fax C, one of the earlier deliveries. This airplane started its career in November 2024. One of the first. So that means that Transavia already was flying with A321neos roughly a year, probably a bit more than KLM. I wonder how many, does anybody know, or can anybody look into how many A321neos the current fleets of both KLM and Transavia consist of? I wonder who has the most right now. For some reason I think KLM, but I'm not sure if that's true. Then again, if the delivery pace is the same, obviously then Transavia will have more. But I'm not sure how that progressed. I do sometimes see new types, new registrations. But I don't know how many Transavia and KLM have received over the last year. Maybe Transavia got a few, and then once they started delivering A321neos to KLM, it slowed down to a more slow trickle for Transavia. Could be. So if anybody knows, I'm curious. Hey Arjan, goedemiddag. En Nederlandse taco. Goedemiddag. Good afternoon to you both, and good afternoon to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. Sun abundant Schiphol Airport. We are here at Polderbaan runway 18 right. At the moment, one of two runways in use for arrivals. We're awaiting another 747 to be landing here on the Polderbaan, arriving from Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, and it should be here in 45 to 50 minutes from now. This is Air France with an Embraer 190 arriving from Paris? No, Nantes. Stian says by the end of 2025, he quotes KLM, by the end of 2025 our fleet will have around 13 Airbus A321neos. Question is, how many did Transavia have at the time? Honestly, I wouldn't know. No more than 26, I think, but I have no idea. Now, we're looking at the fire station, and I haven't seen the firefighters today. I'm usually here half an hour to 40 minutes before the stream begins. Arriving here, getting everything out of the car, walking up here, setting up. That usually takes 30 to 40 minutes. So I'm usually here quite early already. And I don't recall having seen or heard the firefighters at all. Not when I was still at the parking lot getting my stuff in my utility cart, nor during the walk up here, or during setting up. So I think they maybe did a different round today, or maybe didn't go out for a round altogether. Either way, we haven't seen firefighters in the stream, nor did I before the stream went live today. This is one of 2 airplanes in the KLM's fleet, still in SkyTeam livery. A 737-900, Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Oscar. There's also an Embraer 190, which I don't think we've seen today. There used to be a 777-300 Marissa's beloved, the PHBVD. Unfortunately, last year they repainted that back in the standard livery of KLM. Allegedly because damage to the fuselage would be more easily to spot in the normal livery. Begs the question if the 2 remaining SkyTeam liveried airplanes in KLM's fleet are also going to be repainted, or maybe in the case of the eldest of the 2, I don't know which one that is, but I'm guessing maybe the 737, are they going to retire it instead of repainting it? No firefighters due to extreme weather, Wolfgang says. Indeed, extreme sunshine, free vitamin D. Hey, ALX is back in the chat, good to see you. ALX is saying hi, and Lance is saying goodbye. Lance has to go. Thank you so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hopefully see you again tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, then later in the weekend at least. EasyJet A320neo up next, arriving from SVQ. That's Seville, right? Yeah, that's Seville. It's an A320neo, Austrian registered, the OELSU. Lima Sierra uniform. Airplane a year old, first flight March 2024. And even though it's looking like there's no traffic to the center runway anymore, they're not closed yet. I do see that there is a 737-700 arriving from Poland, from Krakow, that has turned final right now. Flying parallel to it, to the Polderbaan, is a widebody, I'm happy to say. It's not all narrow bodies anymore. The Dreamliner arriving from San Jose is coming to the Polderbaan and is going to be landing here next. All right. Oh yeah, there it is. Gear extending as we speak. Looking at the nose, you can see it is one of those new liveries with the deeper smile, quote unquote. Nederlands Taco asks, since when have you been live streaming? My first public live stream was back at the end of November 2022. The channel I registered in beginning of October. And in the period between beginning of October and end of November, I purchased all the stuff that I needed to begin with, did testing, and then I think it was November 26th, 2022, the first public live happened. I didn't delete any of the lives that I have created, so if you go to my channel page and to the live tab, you can sort by date. Oldest first, and you'll see the oldest streams right away. Word of warning, it's not what you have grown used to lately. There has been a learning curve, I'm happy to say, but it's a difference. Also, the fact that you don't have an audience yet, you don't have an active live chat yet, of course, and never having presented like something like a live stream before will give you a very different experience looking back at the first couple of streams than if you only recently found the channel. It's nice to see. Different microphone as well, different everything. Both mics, the ambient and the voiceover were different. The tripod was different. The camera was different. Almost everything got updated in the meantime. Hey, look who's back. Roy Oerlemans is also back. Where have you been, mate? Good to see you again. Closing to the 3-year gold medal indeed. 34 months of membership. That's 2 more months left before you'll get a new shiny badge for another year. Good to see you again, Roy. Hope you've been well. Congratulations and thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 34 months in the lounge, and I hope they've been to your liking. I assume they have been, unless you are a masochist and continue with a membership that you don't enjoy. But if you have any suggestions for improvements, do hit me up and let me know. Let me see what I can do to make your user experience and that of other members better. It was a pleasure to have you in our chat, and I hope that it's going to stay like that for a long time to come. If not from the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor, Roy. Good to see you again, and thank you so much, and congratulations on almost 3 years of membership. Yeah, it's not going to be long. Dick Meester was in the chat. He celebrated 35 and he is member number 2 after Captain Jerry, who we haven't seen in the chat yet, nor have I heard from him since he arrived in the Netherlands yesterday, but I am expecting he is going to come over and visit soon. He and Rick are going to get their 3-year membership badges within a month from now, maybe even days from now, not sure. And then a lot of the well-known people for the regulars will follow suit. Quite a few of you who have blue badges have gotten their memberships relatively shortly after one another. So I think in the next 2 months, a lot of the usual suspects in the live chat of AMS Live will get a 3-year badge. So for those of you who still have blue, enjoy it while it lasts. After the gradient, it's going to be a diamond and 4 stars. I think it was diamond first and then 4 stars for 4 and 5 year membership respectively. Now obviously that's still far away from now. Gives me ample time to think up of cool new badges for those who will get 6 and more years of membership. We're still very far away from that. One step at a time. This is the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Zulu, and I think this was the first lease delivery of the A321s of Transavia. Parallel arrivals are in progress. Another Transavia to the center runway over there. There it is. 737 arriving from Malaga. We have a KLM A321neo arriving from Newcastle to the Polderbaan next. Parallel to it, a KLM 737 arriving from Copenhagen. In 40 or so minutes from now, we are expecting the 6th 747 to be landing here on the Polderbaan since we began the show. A couple of minutes after the show began, the first 747 landed already, and I think the first 2 touched down in the first half hour of the show. The last 2 even landed back to back. If you missed it, definitely worthwhile watching the replay. I'm not sure if might be worthwhile to make a separate video out of it. Not sure if I'll have the time for it, but if I do find the time, maybe I'll make a separate video out of the back-to-back landing. Marissa says that April 15th will be the 36-month mark for her. Well, in that case, quite a few will have gone before you already. I'm not sure if I can... Well, it's best not to to go into the YouTube studio for the statistics right away, but a lot of the well-known names will get a new badge in upcoming months, and that's because they are the first to have reached 3 years, aka 36 months of membership. Never thought we would see the day, but there you go. Another KLM A321neo. This is KLM flight 956 arriving from Newcastle. Flight has lasted 56 minutes. Fax M, Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Mike. Also brand new, less than a year old. First flight was in December last year, according to Flight Radar. Nice cabin cabin in the back. And a KLM 737 flying parallel to it, to the center runway. And this one too comes equipped with a cabin cabin. Hey Karst, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. For those of you joining later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a sun-abundant day here at Schiphol Airport. Moderate wind and landings taking place on Polderbaan and right now also still on center. We have seen 5 747s landing here on the Polderbaan already. We have seen 2 C-17s overhead. A 6th 747 is underway and should be arriving here in just over half an hour from now. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I know I have great fun being out here. If you want to support the channel and you have done so already and you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like, maybe even subscribe or tell about this channel to somebody else. Share. Spread the news. Anybody who you know who might also be interested in aviation, if they don't know the channel yet, by all means, tell them we exist. Drone art film photography, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And welcome to the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. There's still a lot of people watching, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Here's our next airplane. It's an Air France A340 arriving from Paris. 47 minutes to flight time. The Verheppef Foxtrot Hotel Echo Papa Foxtrot. 12 years old, first flight July 2013. Parallel to it on the glide slope to the center runway, Lufthansa flight 992. Frankfurt to Amsterdam. That's also an A320. Lufthansa offers cabin cabin privileges to Karens. Not all carriers do that. Transavia, for one, rigidly adhering to everybody needs to be in the main cabin. We don't make exceptions for Karen. Makes me wonder how many Karens actually fly Transavia, knowing this beforehand. I see on Flight Radar that there's a bizjet approaching runway 22 and I'm trying to spot it, but unlike with previous airplanes, this one is yet to be spotted by me. I'm not seeing anything just yet. Oh wait, I do. It's even more tiny than the other ones were before it. What is this? Is this a Phenom or what? No. This is DIM with triple M. Delta India Mike arriving from Hamburg, and this is a Cessna Citation CJ2 Plus. The DIM is 18 years old. First flight was in 2008. Privately owned. I wonder who is the owner of this airplane. Is there a way to find out? Is there a register where you can find who owns certain bizjets or not? K2 over here on the other side of the runway. Ramon, ZL and Joe Bima, good afternoon to you both. Welcome back. Hope you guys are doing well. So we're still staying here until the next 747 will have landed. Right now we see approaches from the west going to the center runway. A KLM Embraer arriving from Cork and an A319 EasyJet arriving from Gatwick. Ordinarily, these airplanes should be directed to the Polderbaan. The fact that they're not tells me that they're probably going to do a runway inspection, and it's not K2 because he is still next to the runway. It seems to indicate that there is a runway inspection going to happen soon. I'm not seeing anything yet. I was filming Gary Grebe, who, being a Grebe, dove under the moment he sensed the camera was pointing in his direction. Right now he re-emerged and yeah, doing the same. Alright, now with two airplanes that normally would have been directed to the Polderbaan being directed to the central runway, it begs the question, will there be a runway inspection anytime soon? And judging the slow pace next to the runway of K2, at least K2 is not going to do the inspection if there is going to be one. Right. We spoke about the Embraer 190 in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery not too long ago when the 737-900 BXO Papa Hotel Bravo X-ray Oscar passed by. And this is the airplane that I was referring to earlier. It is the other airplane in the SkyTeam livery, the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu X-ray, the EZX. It's returning from Cork in Ireland, an hour and 20 minutes on the way, 13 years old, first flight April 2012. Thanks Paul for the update, the 747 is 35 minutes out. Alright, little incoming van here. What's that? That's a T, that's technical support, right? The T stands for technical support, if I'm not mistaken. There's also Heijmans, the name of Heijmans on the car. Heijmans is a firm that does, well, what don't they do? I think they're best described as a construction company. Would that be appropriate? Didn't Heijmans also wasn't Heijmans also involved with the erection of the islands that constitute the globe in Dubai? Or was that a different company? EasyJet A319 arrived from London Gatwick to the central runway. Hey, the TD33 is also on radar. I never even noticed. The technical department, so to speak. Right, in the meantime the sun has passed beyond the excrement bridge. In other words, it's now more west of us. The shadows that objects are casting are now pointing to the northeast. It means that everything that will land here, including the Kalita, will be illuminated from this side. Should make the colors of the Kalita 747 pop even more. The next airplane to the Polderbaan, I wonder if it is, on paper should be Vueling Flight 1377, flying base. I see it already. Question is it going to go to the Polderbaan or not? I saw it and then I lost it again, but it's near an object on the ground that works as a frame of reference. So here it is, we can follow it. Alicante has been assigned to center and also the planes behind it. Makes me wonder if there is a technical reason for the airplanes going to the center runway. That TD van or that T van passing by, I wonder. Looking around me, there's no runway inspection in progress. Let's have a quick look. I'm wondering if Bezoek Bus is indicating that the Polderbaan might be temporarily closed because of maintenance or anything. That does sometimes happen. Alright, let's see. Runway use. From 1 to 140, then okay. Hey, they're taking the Polderbaan out of commission. It says so on Bezoek Bus. That's a pity. Have a look. Not sure. It doesn't say. Oh wait, yeah, maintenance. Here it is. Maintenance on the Polderbaan. From 1:30 till 2:30, so that means that from 1:40 until 2:40 approximately, landings take place on the center runway. That's a pity. That's a pity. Right, well, in that case, half an hour of no traffic to the Polderbaan for just a 747. That is also not going to land on this runway. I wonder if that is worthwhile sticking around for, or maybe it's time to pull the plug, enjoy the sunshine, and be back again with a fresh batch of new arrivals or departures tomorrow. Everything is going to go to the wrong runway from now on because of maintenance. It's not like there's a lot of interesting airplanes that are going to be arriving here until the 747 has arrived here. The Calida is still in the vicinity of Norwich, just a tad north of it. Right. I personally feel hesitant to stick around here for half an hour of narrow bodies that are going to the wrong runway, only to see a wide body that is also going to go to the wrong runway. Yeah. Normally speaking, it would have landed here, but I think it's best to just wrap up and take our losses. We've had, well, losses. We've had 5 747s landing on the Polderbaan, 2 of which landed back to back here. What a treat it was. That will give me enough time to also make a video, separate video of the back-to-back 747 landings, and then go back out again tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I hope you guys did too. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the show and you haven't done so already, if you want to help the channel grow. Hopefully see you all tomorrow. Not sure where I'm going to go to. Probably back to the Polderbaan. It also depends on what is coming. If there is heaps of 747s coming, then obviously the arrivals make more sense than departures. We'll see you again tomorrow then. Oh, and in the meantime, Tuki Trust Me just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Last minute new member in the stream. Tuki Trust Me. Thank you so much and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. From now on, you have access to our custom emojis. Make sure to use them and have fun with them. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many members have gone before you and will happily show you around in the lounge. A big thanks to all of you for joining me here today. A massive big thanks for all the support, particularly for all the memberships again, and the gifted memberships, and the super chats, and the shout out super chats, etc. Also, once again, a big thanks to all the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Take care, stay safe, and stay warm, and stay healthy. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now, guys. Take care.